Hello and welcome to the European Poker Tour. For the 12th time, we kick off the tour here in beautiful Barcelona, and this is a big one. The biggest EPT main event of all time, 1,694. That is the number of record-setting entrants in this year's tournament. They each paid 5,000 euros, and that's how we account for the 1.4 million euros up top. Now, normally between 6 and 8 players make it to day 6 of an EPT main event. This year, there are 9. That's how bad they all want it. Let's get them out here. Our first contender plays in high-stakes cash games all over Europe. This is his best ever tournament finish. He was referred to another player as a psychopath and the Ukrainian blacksmith because of his constant hammering. He is the overwhelming chip leader from Kiev, Ukraine, Denis Shafikov. Our next final tableist has already locked up 10 times his biggest previous tournament score. He's come a long way since the Merit Middle East Poker Championship in this, his second EPT. Hoping to follow in the footsteps of his grand final winning countryman, in seat 2, it is a Tuma from Lebanon, Amir Tuma. Seat 3's previous best score was just a few months ago in Las Vegas in the little one for one drop, but now he's playing the big one in Barcelona. He hails from Berlin, but you know he must be pretty good at the online pokers because he now lives in the UK. He qualified for this event for 320 euros on PokerStars from Germany, Rainer Kempe. Seat 4 is a 28-year-old pro from Manchester. He said he hopes to win this event so he can burn down an orphanage. It's not what you think, just an affectionate name for the awful apartment he accidentally rented here in Barcelona. From the United Kingdom, Steve Warburton. After 5 years as a recreational poker player, Seat 5 has decided to hit the big time here at EPT Barcelona. He and his family moved here to Barcelona only 2 weeks ago so his sons could go to university. Aw. When asked what he would do with the money, he said, buy some champagne. Okay? His family is here railing him today from Russia, Viktor Bogdanov. With more than $16 million in tournament winnings, the player at seat 6 is ranked 10th on poker's all-time money list. He's been a runner-up in both EPT main and high roller events, and his recorded cashes go back nearly 20 years. He's known both as a luckbox, and he's always got trips representing Indonesia, Jhon Juanda. Seat 7 is such a good Spanish online player that his own country could not contain him. He's won a GSOP and has cashed in an EPT Grand Final. He's typically an online cash game player and has reached the status of Supernova Elite. He's been picked to win this event by El Comentador on his home turf from Malaga, Spain, Mario Sanchez. The player in Seat 8 made his first EPT final table in Season 6. In Season 8, he brought home the EPT bacon with a win in Madrid. A win in this event would net him nearly €1 million more than he won back then, looking to be the first man to lift 2 EPT main event trophies from Denmark, Fredrik Jensen. Our final tableist is an EPT regular who went deep in the PCA this year and then binked a side event in Malta a few months later. He's been here with us in Barcelona every year since season 8 and won his seat for this year's event online. He did not drink a drop of water on day 4, earning him the nickname The Camel. In seat 9, from Sweden, Andreas the Camel Samuelsson. Let's get a big round of applause for all of our final tablists. Dealer Michele, you know what to do.
Away we go. This is the start of level 32. Blinds at 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Rob King is in. He tweets using the hashtag EPT Live. Coffee made. Poker clients ready to go. Bad puns prepared. Daniel's also going to be playing poker while watching the stream. Thank you for the kind words, Walter. He says that EPT Live funifies poker. We do our best. Matic says, free Sunday with just poker and friends. Life is good. Dimitar is getting ready to rumble. Justin is looking forward to some great action from this final table. A reminder, if you want to join the conversation, the hashtag is EPT Live. As on the very first hand of the day, Fredrik Jensen, a former EPT champ, raises from under the gun. He's made it 325,000. It's a min plus raise, and he's got ace king. And we have a shove here from Viktor Bogdanov, the short stack on the button, all in with ace-7 of diamonds. Joe Stapleton joins me in the booth to witness what could be our first elimination of the day, Joe.
Domination Nation.
Bogdanov at risk with ace-7 of diamonds. Dominated by Jensen.
Bogdanov's family's here. At least if he goes out on the first hand, they didn't come very far to get here. They just moved to Barcelona.
Yeah. On first hand, but you know what I mean? It's just like, the guy to my left. So it's like, yeah, and Jensen over under the gun. Like,
So if ace-king holds, we're down to our official final table of 8. There's a king on the flop.
It's pretty likely to hold.
Backdoor draws for Bogdanov. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor diamond draw.
He's going to need to get somewhere on the turn. He's going to need a 7, a diamond, or a straight card.
The turn is the jack of diamonds, so he's not drawing dead on the turn. He has picked up the flush draw.
We got a sweat over here.
Fredrik Jensen's been here before. He's seen it all. If he can fade a diamond on the river, then Viktor Bogdanov is out in 9th. He is out, and we are down to 8.
Thank you.
That was fast.
Viktor Bogdanov cashes for 104,800 euros, eliminated on the very first hand of the day. And here's the bizarre thing, Joe. Now that we're down to our official final table of 8, we are going to have to take a short break.
What?
Even though we've just started, because we do have to do the official photograph with the official final table.
So what's this break going to be, like an hour, 2 hours?
It should be a very, very quick break. I think 10 minutes max. During that break, though, you're going to get a chance to see a little video about FC Barcelona superstars Neymar and Gerard Piqué, who came to the Barcelona Festival earlier this week, and also a chance to relive that incredible final hand from last night. Warburton versus Juanda. I hinted at it earlier on, and you'll get to see that replayed in just a moment. So here's how things stack up. Now we are 8-handed. Now we've reached the official final table. Fredrik Jensen moves into 2nd, but bear in mind that Denis Shafikov still has better than a 2-1 chip lead over his nearest opponent. Amir Tuma bringing up the rear with a 7 big blind stack. Mario Sanchez also playing fewer than 20 big blinds. So there is a 10-minute break now. Sorry, everyone. I know we've only just got underway, but we will be back very soon for the official final table. Playing down to a champion here at the Barcelona leg of Season 12 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Back soon. But he's come back for the final day. And on the very first hand, in case you missed it, we lost Viktor Bogdanov in 9th place. We are now 8-handed. This is the final table. The good news is that Tim Fisher now has his bacon sarnies, and we can resume the action. 80, 160, 20k ante, 8 players, playing down to winner, James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Are we really never going to know what that hand was?
When the TV show comes out, you will.
So there's going to be a TV show.
TV shows covering the penultimate day and final day of the EPT Barcelona main event. A record-breaking tournament with 1,694 entrants and an 8.2 million euro prize pool.
Hey, maybe Juanda's mask was just about Bogdanov. He leaves, so does the mask. That's weird. Honestly, guys, the mask is because Jhon Juanda, he's all out of Skittles. He had him filled with delicious Skittles, and now he's out.
So first hand of the official final table, first hand of 8-handed play. Stephen Warburton raising with Jack 8, gets folds all around. So a reminder that Denis Shafikov is the chip leader right now with 17.5 million, better than a 2-to-1 lead over his nearest opponent, who is Fredrik Jensen, aiming for his second EPT title. Actually, Jensen and Warburton pretty even in chips at the moment, 7.5 million apiece.
There's a lot of experts in the Twitch chat, by the way, about that last hand we just saw. You know what's going to happen? When that TV show airs, I'm going to go to each and every one of your houses and tell you were wrong. Every single one. It's going to take me 10 years, but I'm going to do it.
Hello to Brendan Kelly, who joins us on Twitter. Been spawned for content on Twitch the last week, but today it is all EPT, and looking forward to some great poker. And I think you'll see it. We've got a lot of pedigree at this final table.
I thought you were going to say pet is something else, and I was like, James, be careful what you say.
And of course, you mentioned when you introduced the players to the main stage a short while ago, Joe, that Jhon Juanda has a runner-up finish in a main event, a runner-up finish in a high roller, and he also finaled this very tournament in Season 9.
Ah, I missed that one.
You were here. It was the one with fins in hats. The first one with fins with hats.
I meant to say I missed saying it in his intro. Apparently I was here.
So Steve Warburton raises to 325k with King Jack. Juanda has got him dominated with Ace Jack. Jake Veskanin, who appeared recently on our podcast, EPT Not Live, as a super fan, says, wake up early in the morning to watch EPT Live. Perfect way to deal with a bad knee. And I'll be with you guys all day.
Super fan, you've earned it.
So Juanda folds the Ace-Jack. It's round to Andreas Samuelsson now in the big blind.
Did you say Juanda folds trips?
He folded Ace-Jack.
Ace-Jack. Tight.
Well, Samuelsson tanking in the big blind here. He's got 9-6 of spades.
Andreas the Camel Samuelsson. Now, he does have money invested in this pot already. It's just I mean, it's barely another big blind to call. A lot of nit hype in the Twitch chat for Jhon Juanda folding that Ace-Jack.
We are at a point in the tournament where every single decision these players make has real money implications. Yes, they've all locked up 137k, but there's big money jumps along the way. And we've talked a lot in the last few days about the difference between second and first. Nearly 800k for the runner-up, 1.4 million for the winner.
Guess what, kids? He did not flick in the 1+ big blind it was to call.
Samuelson, 3 bets, re-raising to 925,000.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Warburton could be opening fairly light in the hijack. He's an aggressive player. He's got a pretty big stack.
3 denominations of chips in play at the moment. The Marina 5000s, the Acid Bath 25k chips, and the Black Steel 100ks. Maybe later on, we will see the debut of the new 500k chips.
Are you serious?
We have 500ks
Those
now.
are a thing? I think Black Steel was the name of a Melvin Van Peebles movie, wasn't it?
Now, we've had 2 long days here on EPT Live, and Rob King says, is there an office pool on how long this day of high-quality poker action is going to last? One thing that will impact on the length of play today is the length of the levels. And we mentioned last night that the first 2 levels today are going to be 90 minutes long. Then we move to 75-minute levels, then to 60-minute levels, then to 45-minute levels. So we might just avoid finishing at 5 a.m.
It looks like Warburton is going to opt for the old better to 4 bet than to call with King Jack.
He announces raise and puts in his 4 bet.
I think this is going to be enough.
1.65 million. Thomas Grafton says, obvious fold for Juanda with the ace-jack when there's a player at the table with 7 big blinds.
Samuelson, the camel, doesn't really strike me as the type to 5-bet bluff. But I've been known to be wrong. By the way, it was producer Carey that told me that on day 4, Samuelson didn't drink 1 drop of water because he was afraid he'd have to go to the bathroom.
Craig observes on Twitter that someone has unleashed the war button.
I was telling Matt last night I saw the Warburton on the West End in London. Really good. They built a Burton on stage, and it's controlled by puppeteers.
I understand it's one of the finest examples of animatronics you'll ever see.
It's ridiculous. It takes like 12 puppeteers to run the Burton.
Lost in Poker says good luck to all at the final table. Thank you to all the live stream production team. Been an awesome week. It's not over yet, Lost in Poker. But it has been a fun few days. It's been intense, not going to lie. There's the fold from Samuelson. Warburton gets that one through. And he's now up to 8.8 million. Second in chips. Still a lot of distance until he can reach the giddy heights of Denis Shafakov's stack. The Ukrainian playing 17.35 million. At the other end of the table is Amir Tuma. Not literally sat next to Shafakov, but as far as the leaderboard is concerned, he's at the bottom, 1.1 million.
James J. Lawrence 101 on Twitch wants to bet with me on the hand before where Warburton shoved against Juanda.
What's he betting?
Says he's keen to take my monies. He hasn't said, do you think I should take the bet, though?
Depends. There's a few people saying that Warburton had a bluff, and I think it was a case of 2 strong hands, and I'm not sure which was stronger. But
I am certain it was not a bluff.
I am saying that on the final table bubble, 9-handed, the way Warburton had been playing for the last level, there is no way that is ever a bluff.
And here's the thing. Here's why people on Twitter and Twitch, here's why I can't take bets from you guys. It's a negative free roll for me. Because if I lose, I will pay you. And if you win, I don't know that you will. In fact, you probably won't. So if you want to give your money ahead of time to someone I know who's going to give it to me, then we can make some bets.
Folded around to the button here. EPT 8 Madrid champ Fredrik Jensen raising to 325,000. It was Jensen who eliminated Bogdanov on the first hand of the day.
The guy in the big blind is like really next.
And Shafikov, the chip leader, folds.
I don't care if it is.
So who's the shorty? Toomer?
Yeah. Casper says, come on, Fredrik, go for it. It's been a while since Denmark. Last one in EPT. The thing that was amazing about Fredrik Jensen's victory in Madrid, it was one of 3 Danes in a row. Mickey Peterson, Fredrik Jensen, and Yannick Rang.
Again?
He only won once. There was only one win for Yannick Rang.
Yannick Rang.
Yes, Yannick Rang.
Did he leave a message?
Before or after he won the EPT?
You know, I finally have to put his number in my phone because every time you say Yannick Rang, I don't have any missed calls. Hello and welcome to the European Poker Tour. For the 12th time, we kick off the tour here in beautiful Barcelona, and this is a big one. The biggest EPT main event of all time, 1,694. That is the number of record-setting entrants in this year's tournament. They each paid 5,000 euros, and that's how we account for the 1.4 million euros up top. Now, normally between 6 and 8 players make it to day 6 of an EPT main event. This year, there are 9. That's how bad they all want it. Let's get them out here. Our first contender plays in high-stakes cash games all over Europe. This is his best ever tournament finish. He was referred to another player as a psychopath and the Ukrainian blacksmith because of his constant hammering. He is the overwhelming chip leader from Kiev, Ukraine, Denis Shafikov. Our next final tableist has already locked up 10 times his biggest previous tournament score. He's come a long way since the Merit Middle East Poker Championship in this, his second EPT. Hoping to follow in the footsteps of his grand final winning countryman in seat 2, it is a Tuma from Lebanon, Amir Tuma. Seat 3's previous best score was just a few months ago in Las Vegas in the little one for one drop, but now he's playing the big one in Barcelona. He hails from Berlin, but you know he must be pretty good at the online pokers because he now lives in the UK. He qualified for this event for 320 euros on PokerStars from Germany, Rainer Kempe. Seat 4 is a 28-year-old pro from Manchester. He said he hopes to win this event so he can burn down an orphanage. It's not what you think, just an affectionate name for the awful apartment he accidentally rented here in Barcelona. From the United Kingdom, Steve Warburton. After 5 years as a recreational poker player, Seat 5 has decided to hit the big time here at EPT Barcelona. He and his family moved here to Barcelona only 2 weeks ago so his sons could go to university. Aw. When asked what he would do with the money, he said, buy some champagne. Okay? His family is here railing him today from Russia, Viktor Bogdanov. With more than $16 million in tournament winnings, the player at Seat 6 is ranked 10th on poker's all-time money list. He's been a runner-up in both EPT main and high roller events, and his recorded cashes go back nearly 20 years. He's known both as a luck box, and he's always got trips representing Indonesia, Jhon Juanda. Seat 7 is such a good Spanish online player that his own country could not contain him. He's won a GSOP and has cashed in an EPT Grand Final. He's typically an online cash game player and has reached the status of Supernova Elite. He's been picked to win this event by El Comentador on his home turf from Malaga, Spain, Mario Sanchez. The player in Seat 8 made his first EPT final table in Season 6. In Season 8, he brought home the EPT Bacon with a win in Madrid. A win in this event would net him nearly €1 million more than he won back then, looking to be the first man to lift 2 EPT main event trophies from Denmark, Frederik Jensen. Our final tableist is an EPT regular who went deep in the PCA this year and then binked a side event in Malta a few months later. He's been here with us in Barcelona every year since Season 8 and won his seat for this year's event online. He did not drink a drop of water on day 4, earning him the nickname The Camel. In Seat 9, from Sweden, Andreas the Camel Samuelsson. Let's get a big round of applause for all of our final tablists. Dealer Michele, you know what to do.
Away we go. This is the start of level 32. Blinds at 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Rob King is in. He tweets using the hashtag EPT Live. Coffee made. Poker clients ready to go. Bad puns prepared. Daniel's also going to be playing poker while watching the stream. Thank you for the kind words, Walter. He says that EPT Live funifies poker. We do our best. Matic says, free Sunday with just poker and friends. Life is good. Dimitar is getting ready to rumble. Justin is looking forward to some great action from this final table. A reminder, if you want to join the conversation, the hashtag is EPT Live. As on the very first hand of the day, Frederik Jensen, a former EPT champ, raises from under the gun. He's made it 325,000. It's a min plus raise, and he's got ace king. And we have a shove here from Viktor Bogdanov, the short stack on the button, all in with ace-7 of diamonds. Joe Stapleton joins me in the booth to witness what could be our first elimination of the day, Joe.
Domination Nation.
Bogdanov at risk with ace-7 of diamonds. Dominated by Jensen.
Bogdanov's family's here, at least if he goes out on the first hand. They didn't come very far to get here. They just moved to Barcelona.
Yeah. I'm first hand, but you know what I mean? It's just like, the guy to my left. So it's like, yeah, and Jensen over under the gun. Like,
So if ace-king holds, we're down to our official final table of 8. There's a king on the flop.
It's pretty likely to hold.
Backdoor draws for Bogdanov. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor diamond draw.
He's going to need to get somewhere on the turn. He's going to need a 7, a diamond, or a straight card.
The turn is the Jack of Diamonds, so he's not drawing dead on the turn. He has picked up the flush draw.
We got a sweat over here.
Fredrik Jensen's been here before. He's seen it all. If he can fade a diamond on the river, then Viktor Bogdanov is out in ninth. He is out, and we are down to 8.
Thank you.
That was fast.
Viktor Bogdanov cashes for 104,800 euros, eliminated on the very first hand of the day. And here's the bizarre thing, Joe. Now that we're down to our official final table of 8, we are going to have to take a short break.
What?
Even though we've just started, because we do have to do the official photograph with the official final table.
So what's this break going to be, like an hour, 2 hours?
It should be a very, very quick break. I think 10 minutes max. During that break, though, you're going to get a chance to see a little video about FC Barcelona superstars Neymar and Gerard Piqué, who came to the Barcelona Festival earlier this week, and also a chance to relive that incredible final hand from last night. Warburton versus Juanda. I hinted at it earlier on, and you'll get to see that replayed in just a moment. So here's how things stack up. Now we are 8-handed. Now we've reached the official final table. Fredrik Jensen moves into second, but bear in mind that Denis Shafikov still has better than a 2-1 chip lead over his nearest opponent. Amir Tuma bringing up the rear with a 7 big blind stack. Mario Sanchez also playing fewer than 20 big blinds. So there is a 10-minute break now. Sorry, everyone. I know we've only just got underway, but we will be back very soon for the official final table. Playing down to a champion here at the Barcelona leg of Season 12 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Back soon. But he's come back for the final day. And on the very first hand, in case you missed it, we lost Viktor Bogdanov in 9th place. We are now 8-handed. This is the final table. The good news is that Tim Fisher now has his bacon sarnies, and we can resume the action. 80, 160, 20k ante, 8 players, playing down to a winner. James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Are we really never going to know what that hand was?
When the TV show comes out, you will.
So there's going to be a TV show.
TV shows covering the penultimate day and final day of the EPT Barcelona main event. A record-breaking tournament with 1,694 entrants and an 8.2 million euro prize pool.
Hey, maybe Juanda's mask was just about Bogdanov. He leaves, so does the mask. That's weird. Honestly, guys, the mask is because Jhon Juanda, he's all out of Skittles. He had him filled with delicious Skittles, and now he's out.
So first hand of the official final table, first hand of 8-handed play. Stephen Warburton raising with Jack 8, gets folds all around. So reminder that Denis Shafikov is the chip leader right now with 17.5 million, better than a 2-1 lead over his nearest opponent, who is Fredrik Jensen, aiming for his second EPT title. Actually, Jensen and Warburton pretty even in chips at the moment, 7.5 million apiece.
There's a lot of experts in the Twitch chat, by the way, about that last hand we just saw. You know what's going to happen? When that TV show airs, I'm going to go to each and every one of your houses and tell you you were wrong. Every single one. It's going to take me 10 years, but I'm going to do it.
Hello to Brendan Kelly, who joins us on Twitter. Been spawned for content on Twitch the last week, but today it is all EPT, and looking forward to some great poker. And I think you'll see it. We've got a lot of pedigree at this final table.
I thought you were going to say pet is something else, and I was like, James, be careful what you say.
And of course, you mentioned when you introduced the players to the main stage a short while ago, Joe, that Jhon Juanda has a runner-up finish in a main event, a runner-up finish in a high roller, and he also finaled this very tournament in Season 9.
Ah, I missed that one.
You were here. It was the one with fins in hats. The first one with fins with hats.
I meant to say I missed saying it in his intro. Apparently I was here.
So Steve Warburton raises to 325k with King Jack. Juanda has got him dominated with Ace Jack. Jake Vescanin, who appeared recently on our podcast, EPT Not Live, as a super fan, says, wake up early in the morning to watch EPT Live. Perfect way to deal with a bad knee. And I'll be with you guys all day.
Super fan, you've earned it.
So Juanda folds the ace-jack. It's round to Andreas Samuelsson now in the big blind.
Did you say Juanda folds trips?
He folded ace-jack.
Ace-jack. Tight.
Well, Samuelsson tanking in the big blind here. He's got 9-6 of spades.
Andreas the Camel Samuelsson. Now, he does have money invested in this pot already. It's just, I mean, it's barely another big blind to call. A lot of nit hype in the Twitch chat for Jhon Juanda folding that ace-jack.
We are at a point in the tournament where every single decision these players make has real money implications. Yes, they've all locked up 137k, but there's big money jumps along the way. And we've talked a lot in the last few days about the difference between second and first. Nearly 800k for the runner-up, 1.4 million for the winner.
Guess what, kids? He did not flick in the 1+ big blind it was to call.
Samuelsson, 3 bets. Re-raising to 925,000.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Warburton could be opening fairly light in the hijack. He's an aggressive player. He's got a pretty big stack.
3 denominations of chips in play at the moment. The Marina 5000s, the Acid Bath 25k chips, and the Black Steel 100ks. Maybe later on, we will see the debut of the new 500k chips.
Are you serious?
We have 500ks
Those
now.
are a thing? I think Black Steel was the name of a Melvin Van Peebles movie, wasn't it?
Now, we've had 2 long days here on EPT Live, and Rob King says, is there an office pool on how long this day of high-quality poker action is going to last? One thing that will impact on the length of play today is the length of the levels. And we mentioned last night that the first 2 levels today are going to be 90 minutes long. Then we move to 75-minute levels, then to 60-minute levels, then to 45-minute levels. So we might just avoid finishing at 5 a.m.
It looks like Warburton is going to opt for the old better to 4-bet than to call with King-Jack.
He announces raise and puts in his 4-bet.
I think this is going to be enough.
1.65 million. Thomas Grafton says, obvious fold for Juanda with the ace-jack when there's a player at the table with 7 big blinds.
Samuelsson, the Camel, doesn't really strike me as the type to 5-bet bluff. But I've been known to be wrong. By the way, it was producer Carey that told me that on day 4, Samuelsson didn't drink 1 drop of water because he was afraid he'd have to go to the bathroom.
Craig observes on Twitter that someone has unleashed the war button.
I was telling Matt last night I saw the war Burton on the West End in London. Really good. They built a Burton on stage, and it's controlled by puppeteers.
I understand it's one of the finest examples of animatronics you'll ever see.
Yes, it's ridiculous. It takes like 12 puppeteers to run the Burton.
Lost in Poker says good luck to all at the final table. Thank you to all the live stream production team. Been an awesome week. It's not over yet, Lost in Poker. But it has been a fun few days. It's been intense, not going to lie. There's the fold from Samuelson. Warburton gets that one through. And he's now up to 8.8 million, second in chips. Still a lot of distance until he can reach the giddy heights of Denis Shafakov's stack. The Ukrainian playing 17.35 million. At the other end of the table is Amir Tuma. Not literally, he sat next to Shafakov, but as far as the leaderboard is concerned, he's at the bottom, 1.1 million.
James J. Lawrence 101 on Twitch wants to bet with me on the hand before where Warburton shoved against Juanda.
What's he betting?
Says he's keen to take my monies. He hasn't said, do you think I should take the bet, though?
Depends. There's a few people saying that Warburton had a bluff, and I think it was a case of two strong hands, and I'm not sure which was stronger. But
I am certain it was not a bluff.
I am saying that on the final table bubble, nine-handed, the way Warburton had been playing for the last level, there is no way that is ever a bluff.
Now, here's the thing. Here's why people on Twitter and Twitch, here's why I can't take bets from you guys. It's a negative free roll for me. Because if I lose, I will pay you. And if you win, I don't know that you will. In fact, you probably won't. So if you want to give your money ahead of time to someone I know who's going to give it to me, then we can make some bets.
Folded around to the button here. EPT 8 Madrid champ Fredrik Jensen raising to 325,000. It was Jensen who eliminated Bogdanov on the first hand of the day. Shafakov, the chip leader, folds.
So who's the surety? Toomer?
Yeah. Casper says, come on, Fredrik, go for it. It's been a while since Denmark. Last one in EPT. I think that was amazing about Fredrik Jensen's victory in Madrid. It was one of 3 Danes in a row. Mickey Peterson, Fredrik Jensen, and Yannick Rang.
Again?
He only won once. There was only one win for Yannick Rang.
Yannick Rang.
Yes, Yannick Rang.
Did he leave a message?
Before or after he won the EPT?
You know, I finally have to put his number in my phone because every time you say Yannick Rang, I don't have any missed calls.
Action's been folded around to Jhon Juanda. He passes. Mario Sanchez. Firm favorite of El Comontador. And he has queens.
Buenos dias, Hems.
Ah, El Comontador. I meant to ask you yesterday, El Comontador.
Si.
Do you know if Mario Sanchez is a resident of Casa del Glory?
It's a very good pregunta. I believe any casa in which Sanchez lives.
What do you think of his hand here?
Damas negras.
And a raise to 340,000.
Or as I like to call them, mujeres.
What's Jensen thinking about with Jack 3 off?
Hack tres. You don't make a move with hack tres against Mario Sanchez.
Mario Sanchez plays as lost to River Online, as we hinted. He is one of the Spanish players who moved to London to carry on playing online.
Oh, Hems. This move would be muy malo with hack tres.
He is a Supernova elite. His best live result to date came in a GSOP event in Malaga for 74,000 euros.
Adios mio, tres bet.
Jensen is going to bluff this. 720k. Folded. Around to Tuma, the short stack in the big blind. He passes.
No,
now back
Tuma
on Sanchez.
Senor Sanchez. El Comontador smells una cuatro bet.
Sanchez 4-bet shoves.
Todos los chips.
2, 5, 40.
Hems, now is when we see Henson. Henson makes the move,
El Foldo. El Classic Foldo.
I think that may be your best prediction to date, El Comontador.
Laguna Toro. Para Rojo Cape. El Foldo.
Must be really good, eh?
Sí, es bueno. Muy bueno. Los mujeres. Ándale.
Pedro asks, is El Comontador Peruvian? He has a very thick Peruvian accent.
Hims. I will answer that pregunta later, for I must go. Vaya con Dios.
Jensen eventually folds, and Sanchez chips up to 3.62 million. So 15 minutes into the day, already down from 9 to 8. A little bit of chip movement, but Shafikov still continues to dominate, and Amiatuma is still the short stack. Down to 5 big blinds now.
Well, that's a little outdated, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed good guy. There's some other good guys at the table. Jhon Juanda held the door for me earlier. What do you think about that?
So that, by the way, was only the 6th hand we've seen today. Hand 1, elimination. Hand 6, sick cooler.
Did you say sixth or sickest?
A bit from column A and a bit from column B.
Wow, Luck Fox Juanda, huh? He's a contender now.
And he's back in the action already, raising from under the gun with ace-queen. Makes it 320,000. We're still at the 80, 160 blind level.
That's our man.
Tim Fisher says Juanda must become the favourite to win.
Oh, boy.
Well, he's still some way behind Shafikov, and I don't just mean in the ranking of hands. Shafikov has 17 million chips right now, so he's got better than a 2-to-1 lead over Juanda.
And again, look at the mental dynamic of this. Juanda just won a huge pot. Shafikov has all the chips. They're very likely to put a lot of chips into the middle on this hand.
So Shafikov, mainly a cash game player, but has started playing more tournaments recently. Could be playing a lot more if he has a really, really big score in this particular event.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Big score, hooked for life.
So Shafikov is 3-bet. He's re-raised to 750,000. Action back on Juanda.
Really curious to see what Juanda does here. Does he assume, Shafikov's assuming, he's just playing his heater? He's just letting the good time. Wow, he just folds!
Wow.
Holy Lord!
Folds like a boss.
That was incredible. No thought whatsoever, just folds it.
Pedro says, ace-queen versus ace-king, get ready for some fireworks. Fireworks denied, Pedro. Juanda lays down the worst hand.
That is spooky.
And Shafikov chips up to close to 18 million, extending his chip lead at this 8-handed final table.
I mean, Juanda folds ace-jack on the first hand. Folds ace-queen to a 3-bet. He's been really impressive.
Andreas Samuelsson passes round to chip leader Denis Shafikov in the hijack. He has pocket fives. Hype says that was the kind of fireworks I like to see. A disciplined fold. Go Juanda. Richard sends respect to Juanda.
Hype likes the kind of fireworks that are like just a very well-made sparkler. Contained, not dangerous, safe.
Radu says, I really like that fold. Nicely done, Juanda. Never a good call with ace-queen. Michelle says, great fold, and why would he want to get involved out of position with ace-queen versus the chip leader when there are 3 shorties? Which is probably behind his thinking when he folded ace-jack earlier on. So a reminder, we've got a great competition for you coming up a bit later on today. And we'll give you details on how that competition is going to work later in the show. But let's talk about what we're going to be playing for in this competition. We gave one of these away earlier in the week. The prize is a package to the VIP Club live event in Athens. It's a package for 2 people with $750 in expenses, 2-night stay at a 5-star hotel in Athens, limousine from the airport, 2 tickets to what will be an amazing party. Follow at PokerStars VIP for updates on all our VIP Club live events. But if you want to be in Athens for this event on the 5th of September, so that's just over a week away, keep watching EPT Live because we'll give you details on the contest we're going to be running a bit later on.
Hey James, Burn One Down on Twitch says easy fold given current table dynamics and ICM. A lot of people out there agreeing. Easy fold. Really easy fold.
It's amazing how the armchair analysts are out in force now the whole cards are on the screen.
So easy.
Shafikov raising with 7, second hand in a row. He's had a pocket pair. Sanchez with Queen Jack in the big blind. It's been folded to him.
Buenos dias, Españols, Real.
Call.
Sanchez is calling. What does El Comontador think about this call?
Mujer y hack from El Grande blind. In the words of Burn One Down, easy. Muy fácil.
And there is a jack high flop.
Hack high flop.
Indeed, Sanchez now with top pair.
Oh, Hames. This is grande, mi amigo.
Well, I mean, but it's not that much. It's like 8
So Shafikov continues.
Easy.
340,000.
You can't stop the Spaniards with a hack.
Pedro Almeida says, I call BS on all these people claiming easy fold. These are the people who would push all in on ace-queen online every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Sanchez just calls.
Spot is getting grande.
Board pairs on the turn, 4 hearts. Richard asks, should Sanchez have raised pre-flop to find out where he is? Surely a call tells him nothing.
No,
or maybe
no,
he's
no.
talking about on the flop.
No. It's perfecto. When you raise, you only get called by hands that are más grande. You el foldo, el bluffs. No. Call smooth.
Hello to T-Roy, who's
Back
watching
in.
the EPT, dominating the $3 spin and goes, drinking scotch. Tough life, he says.
Smooth, like a delicious flan.
So this went check on the turn. A 9 on the river. Sanchez has a lock on this hand.
A lock para la puerta that leads to El Trophy.
Looks like he's going to value bet jacks.
The board is muy bueno.
It's a bet of 620,000 into a pot of 1.56 million.
Oh, El Toro, Shafikov. Andale. Come at me, hermano.
Jay says, just tuning in, have I missed anything so far? Jay, I recommend you use the replay function.
Hombre, he takes más tiempo. Cover the cock! Hey, cover the cock!
I'm sorry, El Comontador, but you do not actually have the authority to do that. Shafikov folds and Sanchez wins the pot. He's now playing 4.36 million, so he's below average.
Hims, I'm humping for Hoy, but I must go. Vaya con Dios.
Actions have folded to Steve Warburton in the hijack. He passes. Jhon Juanda in the cutoff. Not going to play, so round to the blinds. Fredrik Jensen in the small. He shoves on Samuelson with ace-8. Samuelson has king deuce. And Samuelson folds his 11 big blind stack, which is now a 10 big blind stack. And we are pretty much halfway through the first level of the day.
There's a Spanish rail. That empty chair right there belongs to El Comontador.
Kai says, just tuned in and pleased to see Juanda still in it. Yeah, don't know whether you saw the big hand, Kai, but he doubled up with an ace on the river. Juanda now among the chip leaders. And he's entering another pot. He's got another big hand here. Pocket tens.
Hello.
He's raised to 320,000. Raise and take it. So Jhon Juanda, the most accomplished player at this final table.
Yep, 10th on the all-time money list.
$16 million in earnings to his name. Now, Jhon Juanda may not look it, but he's actually the oldest player at the final table.
Which is now the official final table.
His best place finish on the EPT was second to David Van Plu in London in season 7.
If I was David Van Plu, I would just come down here and stand in Jhon Juanda's eye line all day long.
Samuelson with 10 big blinds on the button, passes. Shafikov in the small blind. Has the super short Amir Tuma to act behind him. And he's got another pair, and he's upgraded to aces now.
And Tuma's got fewer than 10 big blinds, right?
Oh, he's got like 3 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to shove on him with most of his hands. It looks like he almost feels bad about it. Ah, I'm sorry I got to do this to you, but he's not going to shove. I mean, there's really nothing Tuma can do, but I think this looks weird. It looks weird to not put him all in.
And Tuma folds 7 deuce.
Easy fold when you consider ICM. There. Easy fold.
I think they're probably going to take it off.
Oh man, I smell that.
You know what I mean? If I put it on the
Folding was bad advice.
Much experience. You know,
Folding was pretty bad advice.
Roger says, sorry guys, this official versus unofficial final table is stupid. If all the players are at the last table, it's the final table.
Oh, boy.
And yet every single tour and live event operates the same way. Let's take the World Series main event, for example. The guy who finished 10th, do you say he was at the final table? Doesn't get to come back in November, does he? In a 6-max event, they'll always go 7-handed before the final table. Guess what? The 6 players who come back for the final day, final table. The only reason why the field merges at that point is it would be unfair on the table of 4 to have a table of 5 and a table of 4. But this is an 8-max event from day 3 onwards. Therefore, the official final table is 8-handed.
Burn.
I do think there is an argument, by the way, for the 7 deuce not being a fold
Then I would
with
have
3 big
folded.
blinds, but tough to get it in there.
Well, he lives
With
to
7 deuce.
fight another day with his 2 big blind stack. So Sanchez opens to 360k with King Jack, and for the second time in 14 hands, Fredrik Jensen has picked up Ace King.
Ay, Dios mío. Dominación Nación.
El Comontador does not like what he's seeing here.
Oh, Hames. I'm feeling muy malo about this one. Yo no sé.
So there is the re-raise from Jensen, a 3-bet to 910,000. The blinds are out. Action back on Sanchez.
Oy, Mario. Dominación. He's got the corazones. His stack is muy pequeño.
And every decision right now, you have to be acutely aware that there is a guy at the table with 2 big blinds.
Sí.
There's another guy with 9 big blinds, and there are huge jumps in the payouts.
Would you say this fold is fácil, considering ICM?
Sí, El Comentador.
Sí, sí. ICM, not folding.
Well, Sanchez has decided to call. He's dominated, and he's out of position without the
Oy.
betting lead.
Oh, Hems. Hems. I am not filled with joy. Oh, only uno corazón para el flop.
Not much for Sanchez to get excited about. He checks to the man with the pre-flop betting lead, Fredrik Jensen. Queen on the turn. Jensen now with a flush draw. Both players with straight draws.
El equity es muy malo.
How do you say 14% in Spanish, El Comentador?
14%. Percente. Percenta. 14%. 14. Hems, 14.
Rob King says, El Comentador, can you please explain ICM for those watching who are not up to date with poker strategy? You can explain it in Spanish if you wish.
Let's say you are a Hems Bond and you need to go see a jefe, and you come out and they say, what are you doing? And then you say, ICM.
So you get a bet now from Sanchez on the turn, with Jensen checking behind on the flop. Sanchez leads turn for just over $1 million.
Sanchez not getting el foldo. Henson, he never foldo here. Aquí.
Smitty says 9 of spades on the river would be a bit sick.
Ay, cállate. Who is this Smitty?
Smitty Spankowitz.
Smitty. No me gusta. Maybe your esposa, her name is Emily. So your friends say, why, where you been? And you say, ICM.
Micro tweets loving this. Perfect Sunday TV.
950.
Hansen, no call, no fold. He'll raise! Raise!
Fawad says, best ICM explanation ever. Using James Bond makes total sense. Thank you. It is the 9 of spades on the river. Oh my word.
Not a raise.
Smitty, you called it.
Ay, Dios mío,
As Jensen calls the bet, the 9 of spades gives Sanchez the straight, gives Jensen the nut flush.
I feel sick.
Oh, El Comentador, you poured scorn on this Smitty character.
Ay, Dios mío.
He called the exact card.
All in.
Jensen shoves on Sanchez.
Sanchez, he can get away. But it looks so bluffy. He looks like he's trying to push us around.
Sean says, OMG, super sick river. Paul says, boom.
James, this is too sick. I must go.
El Contador cannot bear to watch as Sanchez goes into the tank.
Vaya con Dios.
There is a 4-card flush out there, and he's sitting with the straight. Smitty feels guilty for calling the 9 of spades. He said, I hope he folds.
Smitty, don't worry about it.
Lindsay says, easy fold.
I'm pretty sure you had nothing to do with it.
Danny predicts adios Sanchez.
I don't know if this is an easy fold or not, but I'm folding this 100% of the time, but I'm going to be wrong a lot.
Pedro says, such a horrible river card. Please fold. Pedro says, with 4 spades on the board, Sanchez will fold.
I think it's sort of easy to level yourself into thinking, hey, this guy is trying to blow me off this pot. There's only one card in his hand he can really do this with.
Well, nearly everyone tweeting in using the hashtag EPT Live predicts that Sanchez will fold this hand. Whether it's an easy fold or not is open to debate. Tim Fisher says, this is why you shouldn't mess about with easily dominated hands out of position when there are short stacks at the table.
I agree with Tim. I do agree with Tim. Good point, Tim. Didn't have to get himself into this spot. Remember, Steve Wardburton a few hands ago had King Jack, granted it wasn't suited. He decided to opt for the 4-bet rather than just call a 3-bet. Now, Sanchez would have been in a heap of trouble had he done that, but sometimes that's a better move. Warburton also had the chips to do it.
Call.
And Sanchez didn't. Sanchez calls.
Sanchez calls and is out. He calls for his tournament life. His straight beaten by the nut flush of Fredrik Jensen. And the last remaining local is gone in 8th place.
In the words of El Contador, adios mio.
Mario Sanchez cashes for 137,000 euros. We are down to 7, and Fredrik Jensen moves over the 11 million mark. 11.37 million. And how do you feel if you're Amir Tuma with 2 big blinds?
I didn't really have a
Wow, turns out that 7 deuce wasn't such a bad fold after all, was it?
That call.
With the ace of spades.
Yeah,
Yeah, King Jack.
Oh, King Jack.
The river made him the straight.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That call just earned Amir Tuma 60,000 euros.
Frederick had ace king, which I don't know why I checked about that. And the other guy had King Jack.
How much did you have on the river? How much did you have?
I don't know, just made like thousands of pounds.
Not many people saw that coming. Everyone was pretty sure we were going to get a fold there.
It's like online.
Yep.
Dorian says, I'm going to go throw up now. Tuma ladders up with his 2 big blinds. Everyone now guaranteed 194k. Andreas Samuelsson sitting on 9 big blinds. He's guaranteed the same amount. Tuma ladders up with his 2 big blinds. Everyone now guaranteed 194k. Andreas Samuelsson sitting on 9 big blinds. He's guaranteed the same amount.
Holy, what the actual... Good work, everyone.
And suddenly, Shafikov, obviously still big chip leader, Joe, but doesn't have that dominant lead that he once had. There's now another player with more than 10 million chips.
Oh, look at Fredrik Jensen, too. Hasn't even stacked his chips yet for us to play the next hand.
Straight back to the action. Now we're 7-handed. Juanda raising under the gun with pocket threes. Amir Tuma is all in.
How much is it?
Don't worry,
Like
you're
8
getting called.
Maybe 7
7,
and change.
Stephen
Not
Warburton
sure,
with
maybe
ace
7.
6 goal.
7 to 8.
So Warburton asking how many chips Juanda has. Acutely aware that whatever he does, he's got Juanda to act behind. And he says, I just witnessed one of the worst calls I've ever seen on the final table of an EPT of all things.
You guys are harsh.
So it's a call from Warburton. Juanda calls as well, so we're going to have a side pot potentially between Warburton and Juanda. Tuma could get a triple up here. Threes are holding.
And it's not such a bad looking board for threes either.
Action goes check, check.
Real nice board for threes.
Juanda turns a straight. Tuma and Warburton are both drawing to a chop. We are likely to lose Amir Tuma on this hand.
Unless Warburton can somehow get John to
You made
fold.
something.
Juanda bets, Warburton folds on their backs.
Tuma, drawing dead. It is a Tuma. A big nasty one.
He is drawing to a chop.
Yeah. Big ace.
أنا ما بدي إياها.
He needs one of the 2 remaining threes in the deck to hit the river to survive.
تكبر عقلك.
You can chop, yeah?
And everyone loves a chop pot, John.
هي رشكنت هيني ما.
A 9 on the river, and Amir
Thank
Tuma
you, guys.
exits in 7th place. But remember, he managed to cling on to those 2 big blinds. Saw Sanchez go out in 8th, and he cashes for 194,100 euros.
معقول يعني. عانينا ما فيه الكفاية bro.
And then there were 6.
I had pocket threes. He had queen jack.
Juanda up to 8.5 million.
If you want to know what happened, Fredrik Jensen, stay at the table. It's like when your girlfriend says, don't pause it, I'm just going to go to the bathroom, then comes back and asks a bunch of questions. I said I would pause it. Sorry, I'm getting personal now.
So Andreas Samuelsson is now the table short stack with 9 big blinds. Denis Shafikov still leads with 18 million. Fredrik Jensen second in chips with 11.3 million. Shafikov with queen 6 in the cutoff, raises.
$320. Call.
Juanda defending his big blind.
Check to the power.
He's got the power to flop second pair.
But it is the best hand. And likely to stay that way.
Continuation bet from the chip leader.
Give the man his money.
And a fold from Juanda.
Give it up.
So a lot of people who obviously hadn't been watching our preliminary coverage of the EPT Barcelona main event, maybe they're working during the week, just tuned in for final table day for our Cards Up coverage. A lot of people asking about the new look for season 12. We've opened things up. We always felt that the problem with the big set is it sealed us off from the rest of the room, sealed us off from the rest of the festival. And now you get a real sense of what it's like to be in that room with all the other tables and all the other events playing around. We've still got an area for spectators.
Which is probably why everyone in the audience is such a poker expert now. Because they're there in the tournament.
Thomas Grafton says, look at the next payout. That's 100k more than 8th, and that is why Sanchez had to fold. Yep, everyone's now locked up more than €250,000, 253,900 euros for our 6th place finisher. Juanda picks up ace-jack in the small blind.
Have you got any idea how much you're playing?
About 8.3. Starting.
Thanks.
What's Jensen stack too big? He's got him over his RFID reader.
Oh my word, the big hands just keep on coming. Whoa. 9s for Jensen in the big blind.
Well, this is an easy fold for somebody. I just don't know who.
Well, it is worth remembering that Samuelson is not in a dissimilar situation to Tuma. Fewer than 10 big blinds. And Jensen elects just to call, no re-raise.
See some paint out there.
So
nice.
King, Queen, 4 flop. So 9s are still good.
Somehow.
Both of Juanda's cards still live, plus a 10 will give them a straight. Action goes check, check. 3 of hearts on the turn. Juanda's equity increases. Nut flush draw, plus the straight draw, plus any ace or jack gives him the win.
Yeah, Jensen's still the favorite, but barely.
Somehow, Juanda bricks the river, and Jensen's got a lock on this.
And he should be able to check behind pretty easily. He does.
Well, 9s are going to win this one.
I'm glad to lose a small pot there.
Yeah.
Elke called it on
Crazy
Twitch.
draw.
Too many outs.
Yeah, that could have been bigger if we
Yeah,
weren't such
exactly.
nits.
Nobody was folding to a river. Or maybe you were folding on the floor. I forgot that part. King queen.
If somehow I should end up 3-betting it, it doesn't seem that
Yeah,
likely.
if you 3-bet it, I probably would have won.
Yeah.
Right, I would have bet a ton. Anyway, I'm happy. I hope you are too.
I'm really happy. I even won the pot.
So Brent Waters from the EPT production team says Frederick Jensen and Jhon Juanda, both with stacks at a cards up final table. Some exciting, top-notch poker TV. Now in a moment, Joe, we're going to reveal details of how people can enter this competition to win the VIP Club Live Athens package, and I'm a little bit worried. Do you know why?
Because it's complicated.
There's a lot of instructions, and something we've noticed over the last few days, scratch that, the last few seasons, is that some people really struggle to follow one instruction. This competition involves following at least 5, so please pay attention when we give you the format and the rules of this competition in a couple of minutes' time.
Nose Doto on Twitch agrees. This is great poker TV. Hear, hear.
Fuad says, loving the respect and maturity on this table. Well, you got guys who've been here before.
I think he should get one more. 175 or 160.
Jhon Juanda raises from the button and wins the blinds and antes.
So, let me see if I can remember those steps. PokerStars VIP, Flickr page.
Correct.
Steal a photo.
Download it.
Alter it in some way. To
Some
make
way
it,
that-
to
some
make
way
it
that makes-
EPT Live related.
Exactly.
Tweet it using the hash.
You missed a step.
Make it square.
Make it square so we can show it on the screen.
Now, there are apps where you can, by the way, to make it square, there are apps. I just did this week. You can download apps that'll make a photo square for you. Make it square. Tweet it using the hashtag EPT Live.
And include the handle at PokerStars VIP.
Okay. And if you want to be able to win, you have to be able to receive real money transfers on PokerStars.
Yes, we ran a competition earlier in the week, which was an anagram contest. Same rule applies. You must be able to go to this event, and crucially, you must be able to receive real money transfers into your PokerStars account. You've got 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. You've got until 5:30 Central European time.
But the prize is sick, though. It's worth these 7 to 9 steps.
Absolutely. Let's pick up the action here. Warburton raised, called by Shafikov in the big blind. And Warburton's kicker is still playing here. Ace and queens with a jack kicker.
Step 10, I need that guy's prosthetic leg over there. Crack Fox says, may as well have asked people to find the lost city of Atlantis than do a comp with that many steps and expect it to go well.
So Shafikov bets 430,000 on the river, gets a call from Warburton, and Steve's going to ship this one. Warburton up to 8.7 million. Shafikov still playing more than 17.5 million. Roland Boothby says, what's the deal with the guy in the red hoodie? Is he playing? Well, Rainer Kemper is kind of handicapped by his stack size, 2.6 million. He's kind of in funky stack land. He's not super short, but equally, he knows with Andreas Samuelsson.
Won't you take me to funky
How much
stack
are you playing
land?
precisely?
With Samuelsson playing 7 big blinds, and you're sitting there with 16 big blinds, you're kind of waiting for Samuelsson to go broke first.
What you're saying is that it's an easy fold because of ICM?
2.7? 2.7?
Thank you, by the way, to Graphical Nick for providing a demonstration of taking a VIP Club party photo, making it EPC Live related by photoshopping badly faces of myself and Joe Stapleton. Crucially, making the photograph square. Oh, I missed a chop pot hat, Nick. Very nice detail. And then tweeting it using the hashtag and the PokerStars VIP handle.
Good work, Nick.
Can I just check, Nick, did you do anything to that guy's face? Or did he look like that in real life? He looks like that in real life, okay. Jhon Juanda, ace-queen suited, he's raised.
Nick, how did you make it square? Just cropped it. Okay.
Well, that was raise and take it for John. Mark says, so proud of Warbs. Get it all, mate.
And there you go. If you do it like Graphical Nick did, it ends up on the screen.
Thank you, Nick, for producing a demonstration like a boss. Neil Collins, you fail on so many levels.
Scary.
That wasn't the brief. Look at the at handle.
Death by quads.
No, he's missing a letter.
I know, it's not from the PokerStars VIP
As I said,
folder.
I'm just going through everything that's wrong with it.
Liv Mass on Twitter says, isn't ICM a Cold War era missile?
Sean Dog says, I'd love to see an old school pro like Juanda win this.
All in for the camel.
Samuelson shoving with Jack 10 from the cutoff.
Oh,
and
boy.
Warburton calls with aces!
We have aces. Aces.
You have aces.
Aces.
The guy goes all in.
And the big line.
Now,
Sick live.
I understand
How much? Oh, never mind.
How much is he going
the Warburton wants to share this
he
moment
can
with his
have
rail,
who cares? We got
Matty
aces.
DeMulder and Simon Dedman, but he really should stay at the table.
No.
It's a little cocky, I would agree.
He's got a hand I've not seen yet, and I've got the best hand in poker currently. I'll take a sweat. I'm having such a good time. I'd like a queen 8-4.
Oh, you'll take a sweat, will you?
Can we call in the sweat cards?
That's too sick.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's a
Queen
sweat.
ball, right?
Got your sweat, homie.
Queen ball.
Top set, but a gut shot for Samuelson.
So if he had more chips, it would have gone raise, call, check.
Check.
9?
Bet. No, don't.
9 ball. Okay, now I'd hate it.
Yeah.
But I would order.
Samuelson's out unless there is a queen on the river.
Hit it.
Warburton wins. And Andreas Samuelson is out in 6th place.
Let's go.
Well, at least Warburton's coming back for the handshake.
Andreas Samuelson cashes for 253,900 euros.
Nice little wave.
What a life, yeah, what a life. I looked down at 1 ace, I was like, how much is it? Oh, never mind.
Looks like he's a winner in more ways than one.
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't go.
No, I don't have it.
There's a, you know there's a screen?
Nice.
The one. Don't know, I didn't count. he had less than 10 bigs. Like 10, I think. 10, I think.
Steve Warburton now up to 10 million. Five-handed now. Everyone guaranteed 320,000 euros. Daniel Smith observes, that was a bit rude.
160.
Good night, Graham on Twitch says, I have an idea for a picture for the competition, but can you tell me the name of the Spanish guy that shows up when Stapes is gone? That is El Comentador. And he has left the building.
That's on.
Unfortunately, Patrick Warburton, again, Stephen Warburton has lost the crowd. The crowd is no longer on his side. Button shove from Kempa.
I count.
Warburton asked for a count. We haven't caught Kemper's cards yet. Warburton with ace-5.
Oh, I like how we can't see Kempa's cards.
Let me see if I can do what you just did earlier. Yeah? No. Just say that. I call.
Kemp had ace-9.
Nice fold, Warburton.
So this is now very much a tale of the haves and the have-nots. Shafikov leads with 17.6 million. Jensen second in chips with 11.5. Not that much between Warburton and Juanda. 10 million versus 8.5 million. And then Rainer Kemper bringing up the rear with 2.78 million. And 8 minutes left on this blind level.
He is the have-not. So we've had a bunch of bust outs. And Rainer Kemper could go either way because he's not in the super danger zone. But once he goes, I think we're in for a long haul four-handed.
Yeah, we're looking at an average stack of what, 65 big blinds at the moment? Many of the Swedes watching who are supporting Andreas Samuelsson have now switched their allegiance to Jhon Juanda. Cruelly denied victory in London a few seasons ago, got unlucky a couple of times when he had his opponent all in.
His opponent? You mean the Vamps?
That would be David Van Plu, who became an EPT champion that day.
All in. Kempa all in again. See if anyone in the blind picks up a hand. Don't think Shafikov will be calling. Two shoves in a row for Kempa.
And I'm afraid we didn't catch his cards that time. So just over 6 minutes to go until the first break of the day. I assume, Joe, that a bit later on, we'll get to see Challenge Stapes. We'll get to see Stapes recreates.
Don't remind me. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. It's all right, I think. A lot of production and editing has gone into it.
How much you have now? Like 3.1 or something?
Huh?
You have like 3 now?
I'll check for you in a second.
Cards in the box.
Like vultures, geez, let them get them stacked first. My God.
Or more than 3.
Razorheart asks, does Jhon Juanda have a WPT title? Is this a potential triple crown win?
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know. It feels like he should, right? I think Jhon Juanda easily has a WPT title when you consider ICM.
Jhon Juanda, World Series of Poker bracelets, 5. World Poker Tour titles, none. 6 final table appearances, but no win on the WPT.
3 final table appearances on the EPT or 2? Just 2.
This is his
This
third.
is his third, okay.
Well, Yubei challenges that, and he says he does have a WPT title. Please provide details, because it is not on his official curriculum vitae.
Nice flop for Shafikov. Kempa could get into some trouble here with top pair. King on the turn. This may be bad for Kempa too, because he may feel like his kicker may not be an issue anymore. Aces and 5s of the king kicker. Shafikov has checked to him twice. Kempa did raise under the gun with ace deuce, which is a little ace loose, but they are 6-handed, so makes more sense. Kempa's bet. Shafikov double checking his full boat.
Wow, Jhon Juanda has come close on the WPT so many times, but having just ploughed through his Hendon mod page, I can confirm he has a 2nd, he's got a 3rd, he's got a 4th, he's got a 7th, but no win on the World Poker Tour.
So we have a break coming up shortly, and I don't know if we have even one legitimate suggestion yet, one legitimate entry. We do have one entry for the photo competition.
Yeah, the problem with the entry that I saw from Micra is that he's basically just reworked the photograph that Graphical Nick had already changed. I'm afraid you might want to think of using a different photograph if you want to stand a chance of being judged the winner.
I think we've got one here from Hype that works.
Yeah. I should point out, by the way, that it's not going to be us judging it. It'll be a senior member of the PokerStars VIP club.
So to bring it back to this hand, Shafikov has put the raise in after Kempa finally decided to try to get some value out of top pair on the turn.
And just to be clear on the Juanda conversation, by the way, I'm not including high roller events. We're talking about main events. When we refer to EPT titles, WPT titles, we specifically mean main events.
Yeah, it's a high roller, Jake Foster. Again, I think this is another tough spot, and he makes the right laydown. Well done.
Shafikov continues to run extremely well during the late stages of this record-breaking EPT main event.
Yeah.
Yeah, karma. Have you seen the carpet out there, James? It's trippy.
So what can you watch during the first break of the day? We have got Andre Letao, the bonus cut, relive some of the finest moments of the Season 11 Barcelona winner. Witness a sick bluff from EPT 11 London. Plus, we go inside PokerStars and talk to Jeannie David about responsible gaming. Warburton with 8, raises under the gun. Jhon Juanda folds. Fredrik Jensen is out. Denis Shafikov in the small blind has deuces.
Cool.
He's going to call. Rainer Kemper folds the big blind.
High flop. In both cases, this hand would be good some of the time. Warburton's obviously better more often. Shafikov stands up, indicating that he's folded, and we are going on break.
So after the first 90 minutes of poker on day 6 of the EPT Barcelona main event, we are already down to 5. Denis Shafikov came into this final table as chip leader. He still has the chip lead, 17.6 million. Bringing up the rear, Rainer Kemper, and remember, he'll be even shallower when we return from break because the blinds will be up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 25,000 ante. We continue to play down to a champion in the biggest main event in European Poker Tour history. Join us in 20 minutes time for more Cards Up action here on EPT Live. That was Season 11, this is Season 12, the first leg of another year on tour on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Once again, we kick things off in Barcelona, another record-breaking festival, an absolutely huge main event, the biggest we've ever seen, and we're down to the final 5 from a starting field of 1,694. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Live coverage of the final table with whole cards up. Hand 26 of the day. Blinds now 100,000, 200,000 with a 25,000 ante. Jhon Juanda raising here. King 5 suited.
Under the gun with King 5 suited.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, no, you're right, yeah. I raised the... You call from the small blind.
Can you put the floor, please?
Oh, we haven't moved the button.
Well, let's not share the blame here. I really had nothing to do with it.
The button's not in the right place. Because on the last time I raised them, we had the small blind.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
thought the 83 hand was the last one.
Should not move the bottom, so the bottom is wrong position, but there is the action, so raise 400.
Substantial action has
Yeah.
taken place. Okay, well, so we're going to carry on with this hand because the substantial action has taken place. And then the next hand, the button will be correct.
But I mean, I wasn't here. I came when the hand was already like going on, and I'm losing like a decent amount of value in this hand because I'm posting a big blind from a like 11, 12 big blind stack that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of money I'm losing right here.
This is the rule. I apologize. I've called the players 5 times on the microphone.
Yeah, I was here on time. I didn't.
Substantial
But it's
action
still
has
your
taken
mistake.
place.
No, but Frederick, if it's your big blind, you should be the one to say.
But that's
You
what
know what I
right.
mean?
But that's what right. But still, I'm losing. I don't know, like 15, 20k in value here.
I'm going to
You put the big blind in, I folded,
That-
he raised. It's not like he put it in and then immediately realised, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not nice, but there's not really much else they can do.
She said she's going to check.
Coming back.
Kate is obviously running the main event, but all decisions will be referred ultimately to Toby Stone, who's the official tournament director of the Barcelona Festival.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your
Bit too many fuck-ups on their part.
Now,
New
mistake-
dealer from the last break. So
Yeah, and ultimately, look, mistakes do happen. It's unfortunate, but it's how you rectify the situation and learn from mistakes that ultimately matters. Well, basically, the decision from Nick was the same as the decision from Kate. The hand played out as was, and Jhon Juanda's raise got through uncontested. So on to the next hand. Buttons now been moved, as you were. Nothing to see here. Move on. Move on. Move on.
don't rub it.
One raise 4.
We should go over the rules for the photo competition one more time. Folks are asking. We have been getting some submissions. I think some of them maybe haven't been squares.
Shafikov raises and takes it. Got until 5:30 this evening local time, so 2 hours and 10 minutes before we close that contest, and then we'll judge a winner. Chip denominations on your screen right now. Shafikov raises for the second hand in a row. Steve Warburton calls out of the small blind. Jhon Juanda in the big blind, also with suited connectors. So three-way to the flop.
Shafikov dominated in the 7 department and dominated in the diamond department.
King, King 8, rainbow. Warburton's jack high, still the best hand.
Shafikov continuing.
Gets a fold from the best hand.
Must be nice to have all the chips and position. And gets a fold from a slightly better hand than his hand, but not as good as the best hand, which also folded.
So our executive producer hints that we will get to see Stapes recreates very soon. She tweets, the only thing harder to edit than one Stapes is 2 Stapes. All will be revealed soon.
Can you imagine 2 Stapes all the time?
Oh, Jesus.
This is why I don't procreate.
He knows what you're talking about.
It's actually my fertility doctor. On standby all the time, just in case I become fertile again.
Didn't Victor Bogdanov finish 9th?
Eh. Whoops.
Rainer Kemper, the low man at the table, has raised from the cutoff, and we seem to be having trouble catching Kemper's cards. Remember, we're using RFID technology. There are chips in the cards, scanners in the table. That's how we're able to get the information into our graphics system. Warburton wants to know how many chips he started the hand with. Warburton clearly with the decision here, and he's got 9s.
Sweat with Rainer Kemper. That's tough. You're sitting there like a stone trying to not show anything, and they tell you, you got to put your cards in the RFID reader. Excuse me, could you just move a little? Could you maybe give us some tells?
Manuel says, I hate it that you didn't show how the button moving situation was solved. I was very interested in how it was managed. Manuel, Kate made a ruling. Nick came over and backed that ruling. You saw the original ruling. We told you what happened. The hand was played as was. Juanda raised. The raise got through. So Kemper opened with ace-5. Warburton has 3-bet with 9s.
Now, Angel Dan says Juanda is slick. That play reminds me of Seidel shenanigans. Now, I'm sure Jhon Juanda didn't realize that the button hadn't been moved, but I do think he was fully aware that not all the players were back from break yet, which is why he raised semi-light under the gun.
And I think that was more of the issue there, and that's what Rainer Kemper was complaining about, is they'd started without it. And Kate's point was, I made the announcement 5 times over the PA system, and you weren't back in your seat.
There's the remaining payouts. Fifth on up to the winner, 1.4 million euros up top.
Everyone now guaranteed 320K.
A very pensive Felipe Ramos lookalike. Were we supposed to say that was Gerard Piqué? I don't think it was. Kemper wins that one with an under the gun shove.
Well, the reason why Gerard Piqué is on Joe Stapleton's mind is because the great defender of Barcelona is playing today in the 5K 6 Max Turbo event. Neymar Jr., not the only member of FC Barcelona who's been frequenting this festival. Piqué's played a few events.
Would you believe I get confused to that guy all the time?
No, I can't believe that.
You're correct. Look at these two celebrating their honeymoon here in Barcelona.
Keeping one eye on some of these competition entries, and I have to say, one of my favourites so far is Torrey Leland, who's gone with a Shining-esque theme of the EPT in the 1920s. Very simple fix to the photograph, but I like it.
Me too. Jensen wins that last pot. Raise and take it. Gets through the big blind of the short stack.
Straddle.
Live straddle?
It's against the rules.
George says, hey guys, just got back from a morning stroll, getting ready to grind the Sundays while watching EPT live.
Request permission.
Good luck to everyone playing
Like everything else.
online on PokerStars today. Hope you enjoy the action here from Barcelona while you're grinding. And remember, in case your current balance in your PokerStars account is 0, there will be a free roll, the final free roll of the festival, a bit later on today.
Combination situation developing.
Jensen opening to 400k with ace-queen. Gets 3-bet by the chip leader who's got ace-jack.
I need to start knowing some of the seat one's hands. Like, I don't really know what he has. So.
But it's only in 1 hour.
Yeah. It's half an hour, isn't it? It's half an hour.
45 minutes is the delay. Look at Bruce Baggles rocking the backwards baseball cap today. He's crazy.
That silly little Aussie.
So Shafikov outflops Jensen, pairing his jack. Jensen obviously with a gut shot here. The action check to him. Shafikov will continue.
He really hasn't missed too much today. Missed too often, I should say. He may have missed a lot of things, I don't know.
$900,000.
It's significant. 10% of his stack.
Jensen calls.
The plot thickens.
9 on the turn, so Jensen now open-ended. Shafikov, 3-1 favorite with top pair, top kicker.
Still 26% equity with one card to come. Not terrible. That goes check, check. Doesn't have to pay to see the river.
Queen on the river.
So Jensen gets there, but on a board, it's really gross board.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown. And Jensen is the only player who shows. Shafikov elects to muck. Jensen wins the pot and has really narrowed the gap at the top of the leaderboard. Shafikov 16.5 million, still in front. Jensen not that far behind, 13.6 million. Meanwhile, Rainer Kemper continues to bring up the rear.
Rear.
Playing 9 big blinds. Still 70 minutes left on this level, 100,000, 200,000 with a 25,000 ante. Should point out this is the last 90-minute level of the day. We're going to play two 75-minute levels after that, followed by two 60-minute levels. And after that, the level's reduced to 45 minutes.
If talk of a deal comes up, I want that man removed from the building.
Was that Fraser McIntyre?
Sure was.
Oh, no. Those of you who remember the Season 10 main event here in Barcelona when Tom hit the hole Middleton was in the final. And a four-way deal was proposed. Midi went off to consult with his backers, one of whom was Fraser McIntyre. It got very, very complicated.
Warburton flops fast, bottom pair.
I tell you who doesn't forget that, and that's Big Toro. Because Big Toro felt he feels he was betrayed.
He kind of was. Juanda out-turns the out-flopper. Now bets it.
Hello to Amel Islamovic, who tweets, finale. Cool.
Juanda may bet this again. It was limp pre-flop though, so maybe he thinks Warburton would have bet the flop if he had a king.
Those are the 100k chips. I guess we've coloured up the 5ks now, right? Just the acid baths and the black steels in play.
Juanda decides to play it safe, knuckles back, takes the showdown, wins the pot.
Wow, we just have to mention the word deal. And Christy Carr leaps in. No deal, Warby. No deal. He who dares wins. I think most professional players would look at the jump between second and first and would consider a deal somewhat mandatory.
Shafikov with another pocket pair. Man, he's had a lot of pairs, eh?
Sixes under the gun. He raises. Kemper's out. Warburton on the button. That's a call with King 9 of diamonds. Juanda folds the small blind. And Jensen gives up the big blind. Heads up to the flop. And Warburton flops second pair. Marshall says the Twitch stream is having problems, but PokerStars.tv works fine. Remember, if one goes down, there are other options. PokerStars.tv, YouTube.com/PokerStars, and Twitch.tv/PokerStars. And it seems that the last of those three is a bit glitchy right now.
It goes down.
If you can't Twitch, make the switch.
I like that. I'm a fan of a good rhyme from time to time.
Are you allowed to give people an alternative URL in the Twitch chat?
I believe because I am a mod that I can, yes.
Just in case there's any complaining.
How much you got, Steve, approximately? Like 10.5. 10.5? I think. Yes. 10.7. You? 13.3.
What do you expect? Narcos just started on Netflix yesterday. You got to be the first to watch it or there's spoilers, you know?
Kevin says PokerStars TV wouldn't show me a picture earlier, just audio. That's because it doesn't like you, Kevin.
And I don't like you either. Just kidding, Kevin. You're all right.
Sometimes it can be as easy as just switching browser. If IE doesn't work, try Firefox. That doesn't work, try Chrome. Is Netscape Navigator still a thing?
Isn't Safari the Netscape version? Isn't Netscape Safari? No? Am I making that up?
Well, Netscape Navigator was definitely a Windows appliance. It was crap. And Shavakov, after speak to his buddies on the rail. Maybe getting information about hands from 45 minutes ago.
Ilya Gorodetsky said you look like a chicken. In fact, Ilya is going to tell us what they told him. Oh, nope, he didn't hear them. Thanks a lot, Ilya. Ilya says his co-hosts are talking nonstop, and you know what? Story checks out. Oh, and he says they're talking about ranges and value and stuff like that. Gross. Ugh.
Ilya's just basically completely tuned out of the conversation.
Yeah. Blah, blah, poker, blah.
Guess what Shafakov's been dealt, Joe?
Another pocket pair.
Warburton defends. Button raise with threes. Big blind defend with ace-8. Three still good after the flop.
Honey Badger don't care, neither does Dennis Shafikov. 3 overcards, boom. Suck it.
And Warburton folds. Barry Schultz tweets to say, Jhon Juanda makes me nervous just watching. Can't imagine playing with him. Fredrik Jensen first to speak. He's raising. Ah, it's Fredrik's turn to have pocket threes. And everyone else folds.
Hey, somebody's ready for the final card to be dealt.
That looks like Andreas Samuelsson.
I love that. He's celebrating, as he should be.
He cashed for a six-figure score.
Absolutely. He's the one that didn't drink at all on day 4. He's got a lot of catching up to do.
Kemper playing 7 big blinds, shoves from the cutoff with ace-7. Warburton folds the button. Jhon Juanda in the small blind. Passes. Fredrik Jensen's big blind.
Not really a hand you can call, I don't think. How many big blinds is it for?
7.
Close.
Mike Tainton says, all rigged for the Sunday Storm. I flicked it in like a boss. Thanks to Marcel for his history of internet browsers. As Jensen folds there to Kemper's shove. Netscape became Mozilla, which launched Firefox.
Aha! I knew it was one of them.
Warburton raising with King Jack. Juanda folds. Jensen's out. Shafikov in the big blind with ace-7.
Probably going to defend. Does defend. King 9-6. Top pair for Warburton.
Action's been checked to him.
It's a fairly dry board.
2 of the heroes of the PokerStars blog. Frank Optaward from the Live Updates team. Writer extraordinaire Howard Swains on the right.
And now it's about time that James and I should mention that we can't really do it without the guys out on the floor. We get a lot of information from them.
We could, but it just wouldn't be as good.
Wouldn't be as good, exactly. They get a lot of that info for us, those fun facts, those stats. A lot of times that comes from those 2 guys and their brethren. James, why do the players always put their hold cards side by side in the same spot every hand? Asked Stephen Duncan.
There are marked grids on the table for them to put their cards so that the scanners can read them correctly. Thank you, Joe. Matty de Mulder at the back. Simon Dedman Fraser McIntyre just going left to right.
Already crunching ICM numbers. They said no deal.
Meanwhile, the celebrations continue for Andreas Samuelsson.
Sounded like a cork popping.
Oh yeah, I think he's moved on to his second bottle. There he is, pouring the champers. His lovely girlfriend, Farah.
A king and his queen.
Warburton has raised from under the gun with nines. Kemper folds his big blind.
Hey, do we have any more of those photos to show? Any more submissions? Nothing? Really? It's like a 3-dog race for the trip to Greece.
Yeah, and Graphical Nick is one of the contenders.
2-dog race.
Jensen with King 9. Raises to 400. Kemper in the small blind has Ace King. And he is all in for 7 big blinds.
How much is it?
Not much.
And Jensen's already put in 2 of those 7. So it's 5 more big blinds. 6.5, 6.25.
Quick hello to Johan, who's watching with a huge hangover after an amazing bachelor party yesterday.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of Johan rum.
With us in time to see Reina Kemper get it in.
Get it in good.
As a 73% favorite.
Oh my God, this guy wears his hood so often he's got it up in his avatar. It's like Kenny from South Park.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that. It's like we pulled him off a snowmobile.
Ace high flop looking good for a double up for Kemper.
Less than 1% chance he doesn't double up. Way to hang tight and get it in good.
Well done, sir. Well done. It's all over on the turn.
1,650.
Kemper doubles up through Jensen. Still the shortest stack at the final table, but now playing 18 big blinds. Bit of a knock to Jensen's stack, but he's still second on the leaderboard with 11.98 million.
I would like to make a suggestion to the judges of the photo contest. Now, I would like you guys to give a little bit more consideration to the photoshops that are maybe a good idea, but the people aren't the best photoshoppers. Because I don't think it's necessarily fair to award a prize just because someone's good at photoshopping. You know what I mean? Like, that's a skill. That's like saying, like, I don't know what to call it, but you know what I'm saying.
I think the idea or the creative concept is more important than the execution.
Great, thank you.
And I'm sure that the competition will be judged accordingly. That said, I think begging or pleading is not the best way to go about things. So Alex, we've seen it and it will be considered, but please don't start saying, yeah, it's sick, it's good, get me on the plane. It will be judged alongside all the other entries. and then you shall be judged.
Check to the power.
Ace high flop. We know Shafakov's ahead. It goes check, check, though. Board pairs on the turn. And I imagine Juanda's going to fold this turn pretty easily. Yes, he does. Easy fold on the turn when you consider ICM. How much time left in the competition? Should I announce the rules for it one more time?
I believe people have 1 hour and 35 minutes. I think we said we close it at 5:30 Central European time, local time to us here in Barcelona. So that would make it just over an hour and a half until we close the contest.
Okay, here we go. Go to the PokerStars VIP Flickr page.
Yes.
Take a photo.
Pick one.
Alter it.
Using Paint, Photoshop, any software you got.
Make it EPT related.
Stick Stapleton's head in, Chop Pot t-shirt, an all-in triangle, something that is synonymous with EPT Live.
Write something on it, whichever. Make the photo into a square.
Very important that the photo is square-shaped. Not portrait, not landscape, square.
Tweet the photo using hashtag EPT Live and
at PokerStars VIP.
And after all that, or before it, make sure that you have a real money PokerStars account so that we can ship you your prize, which would be a VIP trip to the VIP club party in Athens next week.
Oh, this makes my brain hurt. So Shafikov was the pre-flop aggressor. He's continued the flop. Jensen has called with the best hand. Still the best hand on the turn.
Shafikov, he's just shown really good instincts. He's got nothing here. Somehow has chosen a spot where Jensen's got a hand he can fold.
We're going to talk about good instincts. Let's also talk about Fredrik Jensen.
Okay, there you go.
He's made some astonishing plays throughout this tournament. He made that huge hero call.
David Morrison. Where do you get the photo for the competition?
Oh, David.
PokerStars VIP Flickr page. David.
So Jensen checks for a third time. Shafikov checks behind.
Gives it up.
Once again, Shafikov mucks as Jensen shows a winner. And how's that changed the stacks? It is really close at the top now. Shafikov still with the chip lead, but only just. About 100,000 chips separating them. 14.1 million for Shafikov. 13.93 million for Fredrik Jensen.
I like Rafal's suggestion. His photo submission.
So details of the competition on your screen now. Edit that photo from the PokerStars VIP Club Flickr page. Turn it into a square. Be creative with it. And then, of course, the final step is to actually submit it. Tweet it. Hashtag EPT Live at PokerStars VIP.
JP on Twitch says Jensen is the MVP clearly. And of course, Twitch very excited to have Clara the Grill back in the dealer's box.
Reina Kemper opening under the gun with ace-jack. Halfway through the level now. So there is Tom Middleton, hit the hole we referred to earlier on, who won this event in Season 10.
I did Jack right. And this like kid that I played all day with yesterday.
Neil Farrell and Fraser McIntyre in front of him.
There you go, Twitch. There you go.
Oh my, we almost got through 5 days without a Warburton's bread gag, and then along comes Matthew Pitt. Come on, Warburton. You're named after bread, so now bring home the dough.
Do it.
Sorry, I'll get my coat. Thank you, Matthew, for your contribution.
Sorry, John.
Here he is.
What, dude? How you feeling?
Alright, yeah.
Did you sleep?
You're not brothers?
Us too? No. What's up, man? How you doing?
I got some. Cut out
No, just a couple of donks.
So Juanda has raised it. Jensen's called. Shafikov has called. Kemper calls as well. 4/5 of the table going to the flop.
Hello.
King, Jack 5. So Shafikov flops best. Action checked around. Ace of hearts on the turn. Kemper now with a flush draw to go with bottom pair. It's Juanda who bets with top pair, 650,000, and gets fold from everyone else.
Best hand wins again.
Oh, poor High Roller Radio. Can I get the last 2 hours back? Been trying to learn Photoshop for this EPT Live contest to win a trip to Greece. Hashtag frustration.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net EPT main event final table. We have lost exactly 1,690 players, which means there must be 4 left. Hope you've enjoyed everything so far. Matt Broughton jumping on the mic, wiki wiki wah, mixing it up on the turntables as we bring you the last 4 players. Denis Sheffikov is top of the table right now with 20.175 million. Stephen Warburton's in second place with 15,750,000. Frederick Jensen with 11.5. Short stack right now, unsurprisingly, not so keen to do an ICM deal at this stage with 3 million, Jhon Juanda. Joined, as always, by my hairy colleague Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. You guys are my glip-glops.
Sorry?
You guys are my glip-glops.
Sorry?
It's just, it's a Rick and Morty thing.
Right, I have no idea what any of that meant.
It's about the levels, the length of the levels remaining.
Yes, no doubt this was discussed earlier on, the fact that now we are at level 34. Now we're going to be playing 75-minute levels. 2 75-minute levels back-to-back, in fact. So hopefully this doesn't really have much impact on the players, doesn't really have much impact on the game they have to play.
You got to show it, John. You got to show it.
Oh. Saucy.
See that? Huh? Folds to me in the small, I fold. He's got queens in the big.
Lady Kings.
Lady Kings, no action.
One time I really
But yes, so 2 74-minute levels back-to-back.
Top spot as well.
As promised here. The payout, so 4th spot. Next player out is going to get 405,100 euros. 3rd place will pick up 557,900. The runner-up, 796,100. And that top prize, 1,420,000 euros and 500. Of course, there might be a deal at some point, and as always, we will keep you informed of that. You will no doubt be part of the process.
Wubba lubba dub dub. Deal's falling apart already.
Unbelievable. And now that we've got that housekeeping out of the way, it's time to bring in a guest. We have a newly patched friend of PokerStars, the man responsible solely for Neymar Jr.'s future successes. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be successes. Felipe Ramos, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the show.
How are you, sir?
We are very pleased. We were a little bit worried at the top of the day to come back here with 9 players. We're thinking, do you know what? This could be a good 20-hour day. But I'm feeling, I don't know about you, Joe, but 4 players this time of day, that's good for me.
Well, it all evens out in the wash. I mean, there's 4 players, one of them short stack, the rest of them are pretty deep. It's going to take a while to get down to the business end here, I think. What do you think, Philippe?
Yeah, this is normal for me, I guess. Like, you gotta love EPT structure, right? For me, it's like best tournament in the world. So you gotta play like 75-minute levels, and you play kind of short days for we MTT players are used to, especially if you're playing online. So the structure is pretty good. It's amazing, to be honest. So normally lasts too long.
Yes.
Philippe Elke in the Twitch chat says hello. We got some folks out there, some fans' ears. Philippe tweeted a photo of us a few seconds ago. If you want to check that out, it's on his Instagram also. Philippe, how do you get to become Neymar's poker coach? And where can I sign up for that?
Well, you're in, buddy. Well, we're friends, so that's just before poker, right?
So you guys are like boys from back in the day, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, yes.
How did you get to be friends with Neymar? You went to school together?
No, we did not went to school together. I'm kind of a little older than him. So we met through friends, and we started being friends. And then after a while, I was like always checking on him and how he was doing in football and all this stuff. And he was like very interested in poker from that day already. So we had no idea like he would turn up to be like a huge poker supporter, but like I knew he used to love poker for a while already, and so there was no surprise for me whenever he started to take some lessons, and he really loves poker.
So you guys are friends. You love poker. He loves poker. He focuses more on the football side. You focus more on the poker side. You become somewhat of an accomplished poker player. Then all of a sudden, he's a big star and wants to start playing poker again. Who does he call up?
Yes,
his boy Philippe.
That's about what happened, and that's really nice because like he's such a nice guy. I mean, I think you guys had the opportunity to meet him here at the EPT Barcelona, I guess. But like he's a very laid back kid, and he loves to play, and he loves competition. So that's what I think. Like most of the people that are into sports, whenever they make this move to play poker, it's kind of easier for them. They understand like whenever to take risks and how to make moves and
the pressure, dealing with the pressure of it all.
Yes. So plus like one thing I must say, like I have some poker coaching going on online with videos and all this stuff, so we couldn't be together. Most of the time we can be together, right, because of his career, and I'm playing too. So I sent him a couple videos, and he was like discussing about the videos with me. And then I said, oh, this guy is really interested. So, and whenever we had a chance to have some coaching, live coaching going on, I remember I remember that we were having a home game at his house. 2 tables, right? Couple other Barcelona players and friends. And he lost a hand while
2 tables, one made of diamond, the other made of platinum.
That's how it rolls.
So, and then he tried to bluff someone by raising from position and betting all 3 streets. And I told him, like, buddy, this is like kind of advanced for you right now, but like don't try to bluff whenever you're in lay position and someone's not believing you, they're gonna call you all the way. And then very next hand, he folds his option to the button.
Probably giving away a little bit there.
Raises the cutoff and wins a big pot. That was like he got it. So
well, yeah, you got to keep him guessing, I guess.
Yeah, I think like he's very interested in playing tournaments too, which is very important, I guess, for us, because like most of the sports stars, they don't have the time and they don't want to, right? It takes too much time, too much effort to play a poker tournament. From the beginning to the end.
That's why he played that 25K one-day tournament.
Yes, yes, because of his like he's in his best shape right now and play for the best team in the world, and like he has to focus on his job, but like he wanted to play the main event so bad. He was like, when the day is over, like if I make day 2, which day is gonna be like.
Well, it's cool that he cares. I mean, look, obviously the guy's very successful, and we all know he makes millions of dollars already. But the fact that he can come and look, $25,000 is $25,000, but it's more than that, right? Like he really cares. He really wants to win.
Yes, that's it. That's about competition. Like we were having like a poker session going on online, and it's like €50 tournament, 10K guarantee. Like he was playing, it was like last tournament in the world. Like, and he made the final table and busted 7. He was second in chips and busted a huge flip that he couldn't fold, to be honest, and busted 7th place, and he was really pissed.
Don't you think that as his poker coach, it's your job to make him better at flips?
Yes, but like, well, I'm kind of known for losing big hands in the end of the tournament. Like losing.
It sounds like he needs a new coach. Stapes.
Yeah. Well, we can get a going, Stapes. So we can do that together.
You could be the physio.
Assistant coach, yeah. I'll just give him massages afterward.
You just run in with a sponge and just mop him down.
He was actually watching the live EPT commentary during the PCA this year, while I busted their hand with a full house versus quads, 18 left.
Death by quads.
Yeah, you said just that, death by quads. I was laughing so hard whenever I busted out because I love your commentary.
Well,
by the
thank
way.
God you found it funny, or else I'd be getting a knuckle sandwich right now, probably.
I and he was watching, and then he said, "Oh, you can never fold like in a 6-handed table like with a nut bolt or second nut full house against quads, right?"
No.
I said no, and he got it. Yeah.
This is one of the most important things you have to teach someone about poker. Sometimes there's nothing you can do.
That's true. Sometimes the best hand or the best play goes by itself. but like most of the time, and especially in the beginning of the tournaments and how you make your way to the end, that's totally manageable.
Man, how sick would a 5 been on this
Oh,
river?
do you know what? I was praying for a 5. I was just thinking, just don't say anything. Just see a 5 come down. Now, having chased it all the way from the flop and ended up with nothing better than 9 high on top of the queen. Jensen.
You guys are bad.
Warburton, is this showdown? I was going to say, is an ace high here just good enough for showdown value and just go, do you know what? I'll have it.
For those of you in the Twitch who are hitting exclamation point guest, our guest is Felipe Ramos. He is Neymar's poker coach and a recently crowned friend of Poker Stars. I don't know what this symbol means.
Oh, he's asking if you want to come into vision.
Sure, why not? Let's throw Philippe up on the old big screen.
We'll put the lights on.
We'll fire up the Twitch on. What do we call this? The
Twitchification.
Twitch cam.
Yeah.
Twitcherama. In full Spectravision.
We've just got to put a 50-cent coin into these lights. We get 20 minutes for a euro. We're just about to turn it up from 30 degrees to 37 degrees in here. Are you ready on Twitch? This is going to be really exciting. Here we go.
Hold on to your butts.
I'm pressing the button. Oh.
Button is on. There he is, everybody.
Here we are.
Look, I brought my big finger with me today. I'm just going to leave that there. No,
What's up, guys?
It's
Philippe,
perspective.
Not wearing the Yankee hat like you usually are.
Yeah, I love hats, so you never see me without one, pretty much.
You know who else loved hats? Hat Uncle. He played on our
he was
table earlier this week.
Kassem. He was good value for money.
We do have action here. Warburton raised this pot. Juanda shoved all in over the top. And Shafikov wakes up with ace king suited. We got a pair. We don't know what Juanda's got. Big slick for Shafikov. He flats the all in from Juanda.
Oh.
Action's going to open back up to Steve Warburton. Oh, Juanda is dominated.
Oh, Lord.
Warburton technically with the best hand.
Yeah. Pretty tricky spot. Especially with the opportunity to watch Jhon Juanda get knocked out and jump up from the 405,000 to the 557,000 payout.
I mean, he's got such a big stack. I don't see him doing anything other than calling or folding.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see him re-raising. And it looks like he is going to call and just see if he can hit a set of fours.
Also, I guess in this situation, you think maybe there's the opportunity that, like, you get a bit more of a check down with your opponent, so kind of gives you a bit more of an opportunity to cheaply hit that.
Yeah, that's true. I just don't like the idea to put Juanda back into the game. So
sure, Juanda could triple up now.
Yeah. Plus, I think at this situation, Poker Force plays pretty bad. So you mostly, of course, most of the time flipping.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought he was going to fold most of the time, but he decided he wanted to take those pre-flop pot odds and the implied odds possibly.
For like 25% of his stack, if I'm not wrong, right here. So it seems to be too much money. Oh, see.
And look who flops best. It's Jhon Juanda.
Yeah.
Some of the time, he'll get lucky all of the time. Check, check, brings a free river. Queen, and it looks like, well, this is the point you made, Felipe. It's like, well, yeah, it's cheap to go fishing, but you're effectively going to bring a really dangerous player back into the game.
That's what I'm thinking right here. Like, it's very experienced player, so I'll never like try to put this guy back into the game. So I think Poker Force plays pretty bad. Plus, we have Shafikov just flatting. Like, he could have a monster over here.
Yeah. So, despite being all in and dominated, Jhon Juanda triples up that hand, more than triples up. He's now on 8 million, and he is nipping at the heels of Fredrik Jensen, who's just 9 million.
Yes, not bad. at this point of the competition, hitting this jack 3 out on the flop. Guess he was like 25% equity in this hand. Like, yeah, you gotta win these hands to make your way to the end, especially the final table. I've seen Juanda play really, really good poker. Especially, I was one day, it was me and Jason Mercier at the EPT London. I guess it was on 2009, and he made a heads up in the 20K high roller against Juanda.
Yes, he did. That's correct.
Yep.
Jason ended up winning that. Juanda finished second.
That's true. And I remember Jason saying after in the interview, like, it was a all-in pre-hand, like Queen Jack against King Queen, something like this. And Jason hits a straight on the flop, something like this. And he was like, yes, I just called out with Queen Jack because, like, he's too good player. I don't think I have a bigger edge against him. So that pretty much sets the point of not giving these guys chips whenever you have like such a weak hand.
Yeah, and Juanda, I mean, he was the guy that turned down the deal. He stood to earn the least with the chop, chip chop, and he had the least amount of chips in the ICM model, obviously, as well. And this is why, because he's a dangerous player. And now that he is not the short stack anymore, he is going to be a force.
Probably favorite by now.
So it was Frederick Jensen raises up pre to 500,000. Stephen Warburton called. Check, check after that 9 Jack 7 rainbow flop. The 10 now comes to ruin the paired 9s.
9, 10.
11. Joe?
Oh,
I thought you were playing. We were doing an auction.
13.
No, too late. Sold.
Huh?
Did you hear it wrong? Or?
I thought you said it's good, but you said 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Close.
Well, at this point with these stacks, anything can happen, right?
Yeah, 31 bigs up to 71.
Okay, well,
Deepaz, still best part of an hour on this level. Remind you now we're at level 34. We are 125,000, 250,000, a 25k ante.
Now, John, or do you want to look at numbers again?
Oh, yeah, I thought Juanda had something like 15 bigs. So he had 10 bigs only. So he's up to 31 big blinds. So I thought he would be like somewhere around tied in second in chips, but no, he's still short stack.
Shafikov up top with 17.7 million, Warburton with 14.4, and Jensen's got just over 10 million now. Juanda down to 7.8 after that last hand.
So Shafikov raises us up, $500,000. Gets rid of Stephen. Do we know if Stephen likes Stephen or Steve?
It was written as Steve in the bios, so I announced Steve when I did his intro this morning.
I know, well, that was the first time I noticed, because I'd been going out my way to make sure I said Stephen, and then I heard you go with the Steve.
Because I knew a guy a long time ago who said, my name is Steven. Steve is a guy who works at a gas station.
Wow.
No offense if you work at a gas and or petrol station.
I must say there are very few people that call my dad Dave for very long. Because he'll just look at them and go, it's David Broughton. And they never call him Dave again. He's intimidating.
Too bad. I love Dave.
I'll say hi to him.
I'd like to thank Steve right here too by asking how my name is spelled. Thank you so much. Because like my name is a Spanish name, right? Felipe.
Yeah.
Which means just like Philip in English. It's the same deal, right? So people use it to call me Philip in the United States, but my name is Felipe. I know, I don't mind. But like, yes, thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem, dude. So we have a lot of arguments actually when James and I are recording the TV broadcast about how names are pronounced. Because it's important and we want to get people's names right.
That's really cool because like I grew up like watching football on TV, right? So as a football fan, I used to watch like all the games from all countries and all this stuff. So I've seen people translating the names. Like, how can you translate a name? Like someone's born with a name, like that's the person's name. And it's really nice whenever you get into the culture and to see how it's spelled, what it means. Like for example, Felipe, it's a means that means the name that means like the one who likes horses.
Really?
Yeah, I did not know. So one time, I guess my grandfather told me this. Yeah,
Do you like horses?
Yeah.
Just say yes. We got a lot of animal lovers out there.
Yeah,
Do not
watch
screw
out.
this up, Felipe.
We've got a big horse following.
No, I love dogs. I like dogs. And
Well, they're like small horses.
They're like
so,
little
yeah.
horses.
That's
Yeah,
good.
it's okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Either way, you don't eat them.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I have a friend in Brazil, Oscar. He I don't know what's the exact name, but like he participates in horse competition, takes really good care of the animals. He has like very beautiful
You're saying
animals.
this horse has a better life than I do, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably me too. All of us.
Yeah. Tell me something. What is the most baller Neymar story that you have that you can share? You got private planes, popping bottles, anything like that? Does he happen to have a deodorant endorsement contract? Because you smell very good.
Yes, indeed. Like he's, as I said, like he's really fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah.
So he's always in great mood, and whatever happens, that's actually the mood I want to have in poker. And I try to, whenever I bust from a tournament, whenever I have bad series, for example here in Barcelona, I played pretty much. I played a lot of tournaments. I couldn't cash any, and life is really good. So because like I'm playing pretty much all tournaments throughout the year, so this attitude, I think it's what makes you enjoy what you do.
Well, if you want to have that Neymar mindset, right, just sit there in the poker tournament, just go, whatever happens here, I'm still a millionaire, and I can have sex with any woman in this entire building.
Life is okay.
That is it. That's all you have to tell yourself. Both
Yeah.
players a flop bottom pair here. Shafikov out-kicked, 4-card straight board.
Great summary there, Joe. That was very succinct.
I'm not very good at that usually. I'm like, yeah, there's some guys here, and they've got cards.
5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Frederick is reaching. There is, as you see, 1.2 million in the middle.
And today's a low board day, right? All low boards.
Yeah.
No pain anywhere.
Yeah, we have removed that. We've replaced the Jack, Queen, and King with a new card that we're calling simply 11 to 12. And that basically is wild and going to spice things up.
Equine Spy is very annoyed. Quit talking names and smells. How would you play the short stack here? Here's an idea. Wait till you have a good hand, move all in. Next question.
Nice. Nicely dealt with.
Asking me about a Neymar story.
Yeah, you got a
And you
baller
thought-
story
you-
for us?
You thought I would not say, but yes, I would tell you one.
Okay.
Whenever he was still playing in Brazil, right? There was a party, right? And he was like concentrating for like a very big game in the other day, but like he was gonna play the next day, right? So he had to like just concentrate and for the game. So he had no heavy physical training and nothing at that day. So of course he could hang out at a party, like, and he went to, but the guy simply he doesn't drink whenever he's playing.
Sure.
So everyone was like, "Oh, what he's doing here? Like he has a game and he's gonna play." Guess what? The game was 3-0 and he scored a hat trick.
So he scored all 3 goals in the game?
Yes.
But he didn't drink, though. He went to the party,
He didn't drink. He
drink.
didn't have any sip of a drink, of alcohol, nothing. Just hang out and went to sleep. And that was one of the discussions I had with him. Whenever we were discussing that, what's easier, like to play football or to play poker? Because like if I don't have enough sleep and I'm going to play for 12 hours, that's impossible.
It's very bad. It's
Like,
very bad
very
in
bad.
poker terms.
So I'm into physical training for poker and physiology and nutrition, all this stuff. And I think like the sleep is probably your best friend, the number one in poker.
Probably best friend number 2 would be waking up with pocket aces under the gun. Jensen leading into Juanda on this flop.
Nice. Oh, that again, Joe. Just in awe the way you did that. I know I shouldn't probably point it out, but right now I'm just loving it. It's like, are you on like a Segway bonus or something?
Every smooth segue gets me an extra 50 bucks.
Yeah, let's see how Juanda plays this hand. He can get, if he can get tricky here, he probably can get a big pot. It's like whenever you have like 30 BBs and you're playing like a 3-bet pot, you're probably gonna be hoping to put all your chips on the flop.
I mean, does it change the fact that Jensen hasn't got that much more himself? You know, there's like guys 8 million, 9 million. Is that kind of going to be a deciding factor on how hard to push Frederick?
Yes, 100%. Like whenever we're talking about effective stacks, see, Juanda moves all in on the flop. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Because he thinks he's gonna get called most of the time here with this kind of shallow stacks. So yes, I don't blame him. I think it's a good play overall.
Well, he's not going to get any action, but he does take down yet another pot, and that is a sizable addition and means that Jhon Juanda, who we saw up against the ropes only a short while ago, now actually jumps over Frederick Jansen, who is on a cool 9 million. And now Jhon Juanda just shy of 10 million, 36 bigs versus John's 39. So is this the comeback? And we'll look back at that three-way hand and wonder if that was what kick-started John's recovery. I was fortunate enough, I watched the couple of weeks back the Sao Paulo charity event.
Nice.
That looked like a lot of fun. You guys on the table, there was a lot of table chat, put it that way. Was that good fun?
It was really, really fun. So like I'll put this way. There's no one that loves poker more than me, regardless of anything. Like regardless of
He loves it more.
And I find this on Neymar too. So like it's very, very, very in love with poker. Like we would like we were at his house and he was like, "What are we gonna do? Oh, let's play some poker." So I said, "Fuck, I play poker all day."
But
Yes,
not with
let's
Neymar, you
let's play
didn't.
some poker.
Yeah.
Oh, 10 million.
That wasn't a raise to 10 million. That was Juanda telling him how much he's got. He's got a little less than that by our count.
Yeah, it was $500,000 from Shafikov, and then Jhon Juanda has re-raised it to 1.5 million. Don't see what they have just yet. Now we do. Wow, he is just getting some cards here from the aces to the ace-king and runs into Shafikov with pocket eights.
Good timing.
Shafikov has had a bajillion pocket pairs today.
Yeah, I saw that at the very top of the day. It just seemed like he had like 3 in a row, getting better and better and better.
Shafikov calls the 3-bet in position.
Cast out the net. See if you can flop an 8. Splat. Kind of something for everyone without actually having anything.
Yeah,
Very well put.
It's very bad flop whenever you're playing out of position with ace king. This flop pretty much reaches the range for your opponent like most of the time.
Yeah, it
So-
kind of you know it's going to hit your opponent all the time, but it's giving you something that you can kind of easily lose some chips with.
That's true.
Third heart on the turn. No one's got a heart.
What?
I mean, in their hand.
Oh God! Do you know what? I was really worried.
Gotta
Then I'm
be more
thinking, what's
specific.
happened?
I know, excuse me.
Yeah, really spell it out. Just don't do that to me.
I really don't like the way Shevkov played this hand so weak. It's kind of obvious Juanda had like something like ace king, ace 10 in this hand, or maybe ace jack. And now Juanda is going for little value here with this ace. I don't like either, because if his opponent check it twice his option, like which hand's gonna call Juanda's bet here?
Yeah.
Juanda thinks maybe he can get some kind of hero call.
I can't see any most of the time. it's better of a check call hand and finish up this hand. Let's go to the next one.
Equine Spies decided to answer his own question of how to play the short stack here.
Okay.
Shorty needs to get aggro here. He should be raising ATC and bluff playing it like aces, which soon chip up with this dynamic.
Yeah, what you said.
Sure.
Like click favorite or something, Joe. Just, you know.
To give him a little. Just give him a little.
They are. That was the favorite button being pressed. Maybe that will send him off. He can head back to bed.
Dealer change. Welcome back, the grill.
Grill. And Twitch goes wild. It will stop in a while, don't worry. It's quite a long sample. Of the samples, that one takes a little while to play through. So what's next for you? What's on your calendar, on your agenda? What are you doing after EPT Barcelona?
So we have a lot of tournaments coming up. So next is W Cup for sure.
Yep.
So very excited for the W Cup. So all you guys, you can check on the PokerStars website for the W Cup schedule. It's a pretty amazing one. So very, very excited to play this from my hometown and from LAPT. So there's an LAPT event, which is the Latin American Poker Tour in Punta del Este. From 17 to 22nd this month of September, while Double Cup is running. So it's pretty awesome because we are all going to be there, so we can play online and we can play live, and Punta del Este is a pretty awesome city as well. After that, we have the BSOP, Brazilian Series of Poker, which is going to be in Brasilia, so it's Brazil's capital. And I'll make my way to the World Series of Poker Europe, EPT Malta, and back for BSOP Millions, which is the largest event in South America. So I wanted to invite all of you guys, all the poker players and everyone that's never been to Brazil, to enjoy the tournament. It's going to be a huge festival. So it's like a 10-day event, including the LAPT final, BSOP Millions, which is the final. It's probably going to be larger than the Australia's field.
Wow.
Really?
Yes. Yesterday we had like 3,000 runners because we had a cap. So
wow,
we would get more players if not. And then after that, I hope I'll make my way to EPT Prague and then the PCA.
So not much then. So mostly just kicking back. Yeah.
Just a poker light schedule.
But you take the weekends off, right? Obviously.
Yeah. My weekends off. My weekends off. Actually, I have a poker company in Brazil called Mojave Sports, where I poker coach by group and individually. We have a big team over
live
there.
Or
it's live. It's an office in the middle of a business center in São Paulo.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's where you've seen those pics of the footballers and music artists and all this stuff with playing with us right there. It's pretty cool. We actually had, like, before I got here, like Alexandre Pato, which used to play for Milan and play in São Paulo nowadays.
So you're getting the other footballers involved.
Oh, yes. They love poker. So
tapped a rich vein
they try,
there,
Yes, and it's really good activity for them whenever they are like concentrating for the games too, because they can go anywhere and they're in their hotel rooms pretty much.
Well, also it's perfect because they spend so much time hanging around. You know, you're on the road and then you get to a
That's
venue.
true.
And
you get to play online and you can play from your laptop, your cell phone.
Yeah.
On PokerStars.
Yeah, there was
awesome.
a few years back when poker started, like, you know, properly becoming mainstream in the UK, and you kind of go, oh, you find different sportsmen and celebrities that are into it, because they go, if you're a musician, you travel and you hang around, and you're there at 4:30 and you don't start till 10, and you know, poker's just such a portable game. You know, you teach a few guys, you get all you need is like four guys know what they're doing, and then a fifth guy goes, what are you guys doing? And before you know it, everywhere you go.
One of my arguments is that, like, for example, if you gotta work the next day, like, you don't want to play football, like, and maybe get injured or get tired or something happens to you. Like, even if you're playing poker, you're behind the desk or you're behind your computer, you're pretty safe. You don't have to go anywhere. So it's like, it's really amazing.
Yeah. Going to go for a bit of value here. A check from Jensen, who started off with a 6 and never managed to improve to any kind of draws or standard improvements. Steve Warburton hit the queen.
Oh, he has a straight right now on the river, right? With the jack of clubs.
Yeah, trying to work out how he gets any value here.
Well, Jensen did make a ridiculous hero call earlier in this tournament, called the call of the tournament.
Yeah.
Let's hope he doesn't put his cape on now.
It feels like retrospectively that hero call that we did see at the very end of the day, a couple of days back, it was all about gut. So it depends how long he takes to pick up the spider sense. Hard to imagine you can talk yourself into anything there.
Kicks him in, it looks like.
Gonna have a looky. And that is a nice little 825,000 improvement from Mr. Warburton. Gets themselves up to 14.47 million. After Jensen lets it go.
Not order.
What? Sorry? Excuse me? Hey, there are chairs on both sides and behind this table now, Joe. They really got some seating going on there, didn't they, overnight?
It's like the Thunderdome. Only the Thunderdome didn't have seats and people were killing each other. But other than that,
yeah,
just like Thunderdome.
Hey, Niall Farrell saying, look, I'm on TV. Hey, cheers. What's up?
Neil, Fraser, Simon, Frederick, Tommy, Mickey, Clara, Dennis, Matt, Felipe.
Sorry, he'll be back in a bit. Sometimes he does this. He shuts down, you have to reboot him, and then he reacquires his contacts from the cloud. And then...
So I've seen a walk.
Hey, that's a pretty thick pile of interest I'm seeing from the outside world. I think this is much better having, again, we keep talking about it, but having like this feature table a bit more like in the zone, in the tournament zone. I think it just makes it feel a bit less intimidating. If people kind of, I think, wander in before and they see that big mothership and kind of go, am I allowed to go up here? Is it all right if I can? You know, whereas here it's like, yeah.
That's true.
We're just playing some pokers.
Yeah, it's really nice. I like both. Like I feel same thing you feel by this table, the way it's organized. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually pretty cool.
I think the thing is, you know, if you want people's jaws to drop, then yeah, you chuck them up on like, you know, a 12-foot high stage with like surround sound and LCDs. But it's not really much of a representation of what playing poker's like. And you've got this huge, oversized table, and it's gorgeous. But this is for the people.
Yes.
We said it before as well, as George Danza yesterday was saying, he kind of liked the fact that when you got put up on the big stage, perhaps some of the guys who were less experienced kind of trembled a bit at the thought of it all, and he could play on that. But here it's great. If you're a qualifier, if you're a new player to live, it's all familiar territory.
Yeah,
It's not so
more,
scary.
Interact more.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I think it's easier also to forget here. When you had the old, you know, show the cards to the camera, you're kind of aware that everybody in the whole world is going to see how badly I play these jacks. You know, whereas here it's easier to just kind of forget about that and get on with your game. Don't worry too much about it. These guys obviously are pros, but, you know, if you get some guy where this is his biggest game ever, you think you just want him to enjoy it, not be worrying about looking like an idiot at some point.
I think it's also just less intimidating for spectators to approach it.
Yeah.
And therefore, more spectators, more and more come. So when there's a crowd, more people come, and it's sort of a snowball effect.
This is actually a very good discussion, I find, because like I've done the ESPN coverage for the main last year in Brazil, and it was like how can I say, just putting my heart out with for me. Someone that's been changing how transmissions is going on with tapes. I always watch and I find very interesting. I try to put some sense of humor too, but I'm not that smart as you are.
So that can't possibly be true.
And we were like for so much long on air. So and it's gotta be. You need to find something maybe to interact more with players and have more this interaction going on. I think this is good for poker, and like to renew players too and make people interested.
Yeah.
You know, there's two sides to every poker game. There is the game itself, you know, there's the math and the betting and all that, but then there's the human side and the stories, and I think that some people, both sides appeal to them, but a lot of people, it's polarized, and I do think that if you want to make people interested in poker, you have to appeal to the human aspect of it first. Talking about hand ranges and equity and reverse implied odds is not the way to like really hook someone on the game of poker. Neymar didn't say, "Oh, what his range is, huh? I love this game." No, it's the blood pumping. It is the
Yes.
it is the emotional aspect of it that draws people in at first.
I gotta draw us into this hand because we are missing
Please do, let's do
one
it.
of Steve Warburton's hands is missing from us. Shafikov raised it 500,000, got 2 calls. Fredrik Jensen is actually out of this, but we certainly know that at least Steve Warburton hit the 10. We don't know what his second card is, and it's Shafikov who's kind of firing at this just with the overcard and being out of position. But we've got now 3 million in the middle of this. And it looks like he's going to keep coming, but even if all Stephen had was 1 card and it was a 10, no real reason to get out the way here. 3 million in the middle, and this bet comes from our chip leader Denis Shafikov to the tune of 1.575.
He's just decided now's the time that he wants to get out of line. He did raise under the gun. He's telling a story, but there's not a whole lot on this board that connects with under the gun, so he's trying to rep an overpair.
That's true. Or a good 10 with a good kicker.
Yeah, Mr. Warburton says, I am going nowhere.
Yeah, one thing I would say here, for example, for beginners, like if you're trying to put someone out of the pot by betting like 50% of the pot, don't do that. Like try to bet a little more. So then you can put your opponent out of the pot properly.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but if you're an experienced player and you think your opponent will think you have a strong range, then yeah, you can bet up to like 30%, 40 or 50%, as just Shevkov has done here. But like I of course he's trying to make his hand to look like a value hand.
Yeah.
That's why he's betting less. But yeah, if you're trying to put your opponent out and you're bluffing, just try to bet a little more. That's probably a good advice for you that starting at poker.
So if that's your one objective, just to get rid of them, don't go cheap. Just commit to it properly.
Yes.
I mean,
5.5 million.
Whoa, here we go.
5.5
Shafikov
million.
looks like he shut it down on the river. Shut it down, Mike. Shut it down.
So 6,225,000, and he has just announced 5.5 mil.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot that's happened in this hand to get someone off of top pair.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
And Shafikov shuts it down and kicks him in.
Yeah, same thing if you're going for value. If you're going to try to extract some more chips from your opponent, like, yes, don't try to scare your opponent out of the pot. Then now a value bet like for 30-40% of the pot will be really nice, so you can add some more chips to your stack. Especially when your opponent clearly has given up, right?
Yep. This is a key hand here because it means that Stephen Warburton has now taken the chip lead out of the last 4 here of this main event. 18.2 million now to Denis Shafikov's just shy of 14. He is up 11 million since the start of the day, Stephen Warburton, and looking very comfortable. 72 bigs, 30 minutes left on this level 34. We will roll straight in with no break back to back into level 35, where we will go to 150,000, 300,000. The ante will also double to 50k, another 75-minute level.
Hey, Matt, Vicky Flaherty.
Does she?
On Twitter.
Oh.
Says, OMG, please stop pronouncing Warburton as Warburton. It is not pronounced as two separate words, for the love of God.
Warburton. Warburton? Warburton. Warburton.
Sorry,
Warburton.
Vicky Flaherty.
Pickerton.
Didn't realize we were pronouncing Warburton wrong.
So, do you know what? I'm going to
So I'm saying Warburton, but she's saying it should be Warburton.
Right. Sorry, and once again for me?
Not Warburton.
So not Warburton.
Not Warburton.
Warburton.
Not Warburton.
But instead.
Warburton.
Ah.
You see the difference?
No, not at all.
Pocket nine for Juanda. King, queen suited for Jensen. Button versus small blind. Jensen elected to just call out of the small blind. No 3-bet against the button raise from Juanda. And Juanda wins this with a C-bet on the flop.
Job done. Gets him up to 12 million.
Elke says, for the love of mouse, please stop pronouncing it Mao 5.
Wabata. I think that's Wabata, is I think how... There's a town in England called Wabata, and it's spelled exactly the same as Warburton. So I think it's Stephen Wabata.
I've been there, actually.
Yeah, there's a lovely chip shop there right next to the ice cream place. Did you go there?
I didn't go to the chip shop. I went to the Weather Spoons.
Ah, yes. That's right. Yeah. That's right next to the Starbucks.
The Starbucks, yeah. I stayed at the Hilton.
That's lovely. They do a great breakfast there. You're watching EPT now.
I've been getting a couple questions here on my Twitter account.
Sure, answer a Twitter question.
It's at Felipe Mojave. So, a Queen Spy is asking, like, how would I play the short stack here at the four-handed? Yes, of course, far from the obvious, just a little bit. Of course, we're going to try to play a little more hands than only like any ace or pretty much any king. Of course, we have position pretty much all the hands whenever on the cutoff or on the button over here. But yes, I would play a little more, especially in this situation where I find there's not too many 3-bets going on. So I think the play is kind of tight. So as I'm saying this, Shevkov applies a 3-bet here with a 6 of hearts.
Before this, play was a little tight.
Thank you. So yes, I love this action because, like, I think if you would have, for example, a player like Elke here or a player, a little more aggressive player like Jay Cody, for example, would have such a big edge or advantage while the short-handed play is going on and it's tight like that. Because these players understand much more than the others about ranges and how to apply some intelligent aggression at this point, other than playing only their own cards. So I think what matters most right here is like the way you're playing and how your opponents are playing, than only talking about ranges and reducing ranges. That's really obvious whenever you're playing like short-handed.
Well, Shafikov's aggression there gets him that pot with the worst hand.
Yes, I like that play. I really like that play. I don't like the way you play weak, like a big ace. For me, this situation four-handed, whenever you have ace tens, like, it's really big value. Of course, there's not many 3-bets going on. That's pretty much what passed through his mind, and that's why he folded.
PokerStars.net European Poker Tour Festival. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, what's up my Twitch babies, my Twitter babies, all my glip glops?
We are three-handed in the main event. Earlier a deal was agreed, an ICM chop between Steve Warburton, Jhon Juanda and Fredrik Jensen. At the point the deal was agreed, Warburton had the slight chip lead over Juanda, and Jensen was bringing up the rear. Look how things have changed. Jhon Juanda now commanding chip leader with 69 big blinds. Steve Warburton on 32 bigs. Jensen 23 bigs. We're now playing 400,000 blinds with a 50,000 ante. This is level 36. We're now playing 60-minute levels in the tournament. And just to run through the prize, Joe, because you weren't here when the deal was agreed, those were the advertised payouts. And we can see there what 9th through 4th cashed for. This is what they agreed. Steve Warburton guaranteed €941,613. Jhon Juanda locks up 922,593. And Fredrik Jensen is guaranteed 810,294. There is still 100,000 euros in play, and of course, an EPT title.
So the next person that gets knocked out gets nothing additional.
Correct.
The person who goes out second gets nothing additional.
Correct. Only the winner gets more prize money, 100,000. And Jhon Juanda, of course, is looking to go one better. He's got a second place finish on the EPT. He's looking for a win. Of course, Steve Warburton looking to claim his first major title. And then we've got Fredrik Jensen looking to follow in Victoria Koro-Mitchell's footsteps and become a two-time EPT champ.
So two of these guys are going to make more than $1 million if they win. If Jensen wins, he'll make nearly what Juanda and
How
Warburton
much does
get.
everyone have now? 9.5.
That's what I'm looking.
Oh yeah.
Wait, I think
He
maybe,
has 9.5 and I have 13.
maybe this is kind of
He has
not updated.
30, right?
Oh yeah, they're not right. 9.5.
Yeah, that's about right.
Out of focus grill.
He says he's at 8.3 here. Yeah, 9.5. Yeah.
Yeah, 9.5. Now I have like 13, so you have like 30.
No, I got like 27 and a half.
Oh really?
So live action with whole cards up right here on EPT Live. The hashtag on Twitter is EPT Live. And as Joe mentioned, there is the Twitch chat running as well at twitch.tv/PokerStars. Level 36 is now underway. Cards in the air.
13. I trust my counting skills.
Juanda first to act on the button.
What's this I read on Real Kid Poker's Twitter?
Daniel Negreanu will be joining us via the miracles of modern technology. He will not physically be in the commentary booth, but we will be linking up with Daniel so he can provide some guest commentary on the stream.
Good, because I'm sick of that guy not being able to keep his hands to himself when he's in here.
That was raise and take it for Juanda. That is the 130th hand that we have seen dealt today.
And today will mark the crowning of the 130th EPT champion.
Not quite.
125?
Closer to 106. Jensen's button.
Do you think that it is a bannable offense on Twitch to post a spoiler, fake or otherwise?
Yes. But you're asking a guy who would ban everyone, so I'm not really the ideal person to ask. So
Release the hounds!
Jensen rather has raised the button with King 8. King Jack for Juanda in the big blind. And a previous EPT finalist, a second place finisher on the tour, Jack Salter, has just sat down next to Steve Warburton's girlfriend Jess.
That's the out of focus grill. Jess?
22.
That's another one across off the list. Taken.
Free bet from Juanda, 2.2 million.
I'm all in.
Whoa! Probably a better move than calling.
Feisty Fredrik.
He's released the hounds.
Juanda folds. Jensen moves up above the 10 million mark once again. 11.3 to be precise. Warburton on 12.4, Juanda on 26.1.
James Thrills XL on Twitch wants to know, how come Juanda has almost triple the chips and the other guy got more money in the chop deal?
At the point the deal was done, Juanda was second in chips.
Yep, should have just called. A good hand to see the flop. Too good.
Sometimes you regret.
I know, too good to see the flop. That's why I was gonna raise. Can't call, you know.
Danny asks, when the players go for dinner, is this inside the casino or do they need to find a place themselves? Where can you eat in 60 minutes? There is actually a buffet inside the casino. I know many players go there.
Isn't it just like Danny Hobo to want to know the best places to eat? There's a dumpster right out back.
Juanda has limped in the small blind with Queen 8.
Other-
9 deuce off for Jensen in the big.
Other dumpsters are available. Jensen wins 2 in a row with the worst of it pre-flop.
There is a reason for that sound effect. The lights just went on and off in here.
Someone please, what was the deal? Asked Down Under NZ. We've just gone over it like a million times. There should be a bot for it coming up soon, I hope.
All we need to know is that Warburton and Juanda locked up more than 900k each, Jensen more than 800k, and there's still 100,000 up for grabs for the eventual champ.
Tony's asked a question on Twitter that should be an easy answer, but for some reason it's making my head hurt, James.
What happens to the live audience during the dinner break? Well, they go and get dinner as well, I guess. Do they wait until the stream is caught up, or do they miss an hour?
I don't, like, that's giving me a nosebleed.
They're not following the stream, Tony. Well, granted, some of them are, because they're spotting for the players at the table, but the ones who are just having a beer and kicking back, they get to go on break for 60 minutes as well.
I showed it to myself.
Smitty reckons John is going to win this. Istvan says, I think Jensen's going to ship it and become a two-timer. Tony says we can see them watching the TV in the audience. Oh, Tony, bless you. They're just watching screens that are relaying the live action to them. They're not actually watching the stream. They're effectively seeing the picture that you're seeing now 45 minutes ago, but without any graphics.
Oh, I can't even do this right now, James.
Juanda with a monster in the small blind. Raises to 1.2 million. Alas, Fredrik Jensen doesn't have anything in the big blind. Juanda wins the pot.
There he is, Jack Salter.
Oh, a little bit camera shy.
Famous runner-up.
He had a runner-up finish in a side event here in Barcelona earlier in the week. Meanwhile, they are three-handed in the 10K high roller event. The players are discussing a deal. Mustafa Kanat has the chip lead. Live updates available via the PokerStars blog. Hello to Evo, who says, Juanda for the win, watching from Dubai and already missing Barcelona. Alex informs us that he's cooking ribs for his dinner. Enjoy.
Ribs, official sponsor of EBT Barcelona. Ribs, they're what's for dinner. Yum. Feel like having a low-carb, high-protein meal for your yum-yums tonight? Try ribs. And now introducing vegan ribs. Vegan ribs, not vegan.
Brendan Kelly says Jack Salter was the guy that totally blew it from a great position, wasn't he? I think that's slightly unfair, Brendan. If memory serves me correctly, Jack got it in as a favourite like 7 times. Or certainly a coin flip or better. But that Antonio Bonanno just would not die. He fought back, took the chip lead, and Jack had to settle for second place in the EPT 10 Grand Final. Damien Clarkson still with us. It is 5:30 a.m. in Australia. But Damien says, I'm still going strong and grinding the Sunday storm.
$800.
Button raise from Jensen with 10-7. Juanda in the big with 5-4. He calls. Hey, Joe, we're going to see a flop.
What? What is that again? That's the first 3 cards is the flop.
Jensen now with a straight. Juanda with a baby flush draw. As Daniel observes, Jack Salter is aware of his reputation. His Twitter profile says, flying around the world collecting silver medals.
Still not bad.
And Will, I disagree. Will says, I understand they want a deal, but it totally kills the action. Well, it doesn't. They still want the win. There is a lot of prestige in being an EPT champion.
Also, how hard would you play for 100,000 euros?
Very hard. Very, very hard. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, hard. Spook241 wants to know, do I keep up with the live action while watching the delayed stream? No, I hate it. No spoilers. Hardigan comes in sometimes, some smug look on his face like he just heard something happen. I'm like, no! Keep it to yourself. I don't even want to know back when they're back from dinner break. No spoilers.
Warburton has raised the button with King 7 of spades. Juanda in the small. And once again, we've got that problem though where the scanners have not caught John's cards. Don't think he's doing it deliberately, do you? Juanda's 3-bet, 1.35 million. And no insta-fold from Frederick Jensen.
Ooh, me likey.
Sorry, that's 2.35 million, the size of Juanda's 3-bet. Jensen's got junk, 9-3.
He's won a couple of hands with junk already. This junk's got his last junk dominated. He's going to stick more of his junk in the middle, it looks like.
Andy asks, has the British Rail been given sedatives during the break? I think they're at the bar getting the beers in. So here comes the 4-bet from Jensen. Warburton folds. Jensen has re-raised to 4.5 million, which is a sizable percentage of his stack.
The old cold 4-bet with junk. He got Juanda to lay down King Jack before. Can he get him to lay down Ace Jack? Juanda has made some big laydowns at various points of this tournament. But from what we've seen, he hasn't really been wrong when he's done it.
Juanda lays down Ace Jack.
Really impressed with Jensen. You guys think that the deal slowed down action? Do you think these guys are trying not to win the extra 100K? I think not. Not to your not. It's a double. It's a double negative.
I got it. Don't worry.
A little bit too strong.
Well, let's even things out slightly. Juanda 23.3 million, Jensen 15.4, Warburton bringing up the rear with 11.8 million.
If you think about it, Jensen's really the one with the most to prove here. Now, not in like a title sense because he's already got one, but he's lagging in the payday department. He's got to make the extra 100K just to even compete with these two.
Stephen Warburton gets a walk.
I over 15 nu. 15.
I think it was a flip, but I folded it.
Say again?
I think it was a coin flip.
I don't.
Ah. Pretty hard to be flipping against 9 deuce, sucker.
Seven five suited for Jensen on the button. He raises it to 800K.
XP0, not only are they forgetting they're playing for a bleep load of money, they're also forgetting that they get to see the hole cards and the players at the table don't. So all the people freaking out about Juanda's fold right now really like to see what you do when you can't see the cards.
Jensen's paired is 5. He's still ahead on the turn.
Check, check. No flop bets, no turn bets. One more jack on the river. No draws come in. 5 still good. Jensen firing away.
Ah, value betting.
He is value betting your hand. Juanda calls him with ace high.
And Jensen gets the better of Juanda once again.
Ed Kilworth brings up a good point in the Twitch chat. He says it's not like Jensen's been overly aggressive this whole final table. He's just now changing gears.
That's Jensen's rail, led by Lasse Frost. Juanda completes with King 3 of clubs. Fredrik Jensen checks his option. And Jhon Juanda pairs his 3.
Jensen catches back up on the turn.
Pairs his 10, second pair on board. Still goes check, check. 5 on the river. Once again, Jhon Juanda checks. Quick hello to Tim Carr, who says, I'm watching the Barcelona final table while grinding a nice 2-5 game on my holiday in Madrid.
Hey, Timmy. Wrong Spanish city, buddy. Jensen, once again, value betting the river.
1.3 million.
Yeah. Once again, Juana's got a hand he could easily fold, easily call with.
Juanda folds. Jensen wins another one. So Jhon Juanda down to 21.2 million. That's 53 big blinds. Fredrik Jensen, 11.2 million, 43 big blinds. Steve Warburton, 11.3 million, 28 big blind stack.
James, EPT Not Live superfan Jake says that he's got a girl over.
If this was EPT Not Live, this is the point where you hit the Christian Bale sound, right?
Oh, good for you. Yeah, but I would say just turn the stream off, buddy. Live your life.
There's always the replay function. There'll always be the TV highlight show. Jensen completes with ace-10 suited. 5-4 off for Warburton. He checks his option.
I actually like this tweet a lot from Paul Simmons. The poker elite is a lot more stretched nowadays, but I feel like Juanda is part of today's same 5 guys. That, of course, being the quote for Rounders. Why do the same 5 guys make the World Series of Poker final table every year?
Jensen checks the flop. Warburton bets with a gut shot. Jensen flats with ace high, which is the best hand right now. Warburton pairs his 5, takes the lead. I love the way that Frank Opdeward spots all my little Bond references. 2 pair now for Warburton.
I got it too. I just didn't think it needed to be mentioned. Frank.
Warburton bets 800,000 on the river.
you think this is a bluff or a value bet?
I would say value. Thin chance that Jensen's got a 6 in his hand.
Does he expect to get called by a king on this board, or by an 8 or a 7?
Well, he doesn't get called by ace high. Jensen folds. Robbie says, I'm drunk like a boss and watching the EPT.
It's actually pretty accurate because our boss is also drunk.
Glenn says, Jensen, 2-time EPT champ for sure.
There's one to Manchester now. Try BA.
Why don't you come to Marbella?
Yeah, should do that.
It was Jess there with the glasses. That is Steve Warburton's girlfriend.
Planning their next trip, it sounds like.
Der kommer nogle fine spil, inden der kommer kort ud på bordet på streamen om lidt, tror jeg.
Frederick Jensen telling Israel that he's just upset that he can't watch the stream. He's really big fans of Stapes and Hardigan. Unfortunately, he's got to play this boring final table for a second title and 100,000 euros.
Warburton still with the best hand post-flop. He bets. Juanda folds. On to the next one. Alid says Jensen is absolutely bossing this final table.
I think he's bossing the final table, but he's bossing it since the dinner break. I'll give him that.
Glenn Webber, another super fan in the Twitter chat, says the planets have finally aligned. I finished work early and the stream is still live. Great to be able to interact again, and great to have you with us, Glenn Webber. Warburton folds. Juanda has 8-7 suited in the small blind. And he is raised with it. 1.2 million. A full 3x raise.
He is raised with it, and he is won with it. Look at Steve Warburton's rail. They're not even paying attention. They're just drinking. You know what? I'd probably be doing the same thing.
Jensen's rail paying a little bit more attention.
Look at these well-behaved, sober Danes. And those disgusting drunk Brits.
As Philippe points out on Twitter, the guy in the white t-shirt next to Lasse Frost is Morten Mortensen.
Love Morten Mortensen.
There's a certain amount of impatience from our viewers, both on Twitch and on other platforms, who are tweeting, asking, where is Negreanu? They're feeling that we have overpromised and underdelivered.
Where is Negreanu? When is Negreanu? How is Negreanu?
Like
what?
any good movie, he is coming soon. Ross says, have I missed Stapes Recreate? You have, Ross, but I'm sure it'll be available on the PokerStars YouTube channel soon. Not as soon as Daniel Negreanu will appear on the stream, because that's going to be a matter of minutes, whereas we're talking here more like a matter of days, weeks, possibly a month. We've got more breaks on the way. It might get a repeat airing.
Both players with a 6. Dangerous territory for Steve Warburton.
Indeed, Juanda running by virtue of his ace-high kicker.
Jack, 6-6-5-5. Ace kicker.
Miles says, watching my first EPT live and absolutely loving it. Really want to see Juanda get trips. The irony is, Miles, he's had trips a few times today. Maybe use that all-important rewind function.
Willie's just sent an awesome tweet that we got to get to after this hand, because James has a story about someone else who does the same thing. I love the way he got around it, by the way. Juanda calls.
1.2 million.
Once again, he gets nippled.
Awesome.
Juanda wins a 6.1 million chip pot, back up to 25 million.
I'm sorry, Juanda didn't get nippled. Warburton got nippled.
And Warburton's dropped below the 10 million mark now. So I was talking about the Krzysztof Kieślowski movie, The Double Life of Veronique, and talking about how I had a massive crush on Irene Jacob and how wonderful she was in that movie. And I found out that Kieślowski's first choice was Andie MacDowell. And I'm sorry, Andie MacDowell, I think, is one of the worst actresses on the planet. So I obviously tweeted something like, can you imagine how awful that movie would have been if Andie MacDowell had got the role? Sadly, Andie MacDowell searches Twitter for mentions of her name.
Oh, boy.
And replied to me and said, Irene Jacob was very good in that movie, and Kieślowski was a wonderful man. Just making the point that I saw what you said.
Was it awkward? Did you feel awkward? I would feel awkward.
I
if
did
that
feel
happened.
really awkward,
Yeah.
actually.
But not your fault, though. I'm the same way. Look, say what you want on Twitter. As long as you don't make it a point to show the person you're talking trash about them, it shouldn't be that big a deal. But, oh, well. Good thing you said something nice about Koppelman.
10s against Queen 8. And Jensen outflops Warburton.
Soren on the stream says, my girlfriend said, can we watch that poker thing? That was fun. And I just said, hell yeah. All right. Happy to have you both. Jimmy says, Juanda got my 30K starting stack. Can you ask him to give it back? Thanks.
Zarko believes that Juanda deserves the EPT title after so many deep runs. He would not have the Triple Crown, as we established earlier on. Jhon Juanda does not have a WPT main event title.
How do you see it here, Dreyfus? Weighed in saying you can see that Juanda is playing the player more than the cards, the way he looks at them.
Willie Elliott says, Stapes, whatever you do, do not Google search yourself. There is only pain out there.
Wouldn't dare.
Did you see that?
I did.
The sparkly hats are back, not seen since the fins in Season 10. We had fins in Season 9 in sparkly hats.
I thought we tried to revive the sparkly hats last year, but it didn't really take.
No, it failed. Well, we had Andre Latau, who is his own man. But we did have sparkly hats at EPT 9 and EPT 10 here in Barcelona. It's more of a finish thing in the past, but Warburton's adopting it.
There are no fins at the table. He could pass for finish.
He smiles too much. Danny says there should be at least 200k or more to play for to keep the action high. Also, I've watched events where deals are forbidden. Where deals are done in back rooms, people then renege on those deals and it all gets very messy. Warburton value betting his full house.
And he is going to be shipping a pretty big pot over to Fredrik Jensen.
Jensen snap calls with the queen, and Steve Warburton drops down to 6 million, below 6 million in fact.
Maybe it's time to take that hat back off. There goes the hat, already on the floor. Told you.
Neil Farrell in a hat.
Also not going to win Barcelona this year. Think about it. Do the math.
Beers or anything over here, girls?
I'm fine, thank you.
Ed Kilworth's got a good point. No hat for this man, but there was a rat for Lucian Cohen.
Oh, thank you.
Also not Barcelona.
Oh, but he's like me.
So Daniel Negreanu has just tweeted a photograph of himself hard at work doing commentary for the UPC Barcelona final table. That is a lie. I do not hear the voice of Dinex in my head.
That would be nice and arrogant just to fall asleep.
There was nothing true about that, to be honest. Unless somehow he was... Never mind.
Button raise from Jensen, fold from Warburton.
Okay, this one.
Put a check back.
And Juanda gives up his big blind.
Okay.
Matthew Pitt tweets, "Come on the Warbs."
Come on, Kippy. Shake it off. Shake it off, Kippy.
We're playing like 5.5.
I'm not sure. 3, 5, 4, 7, 5.
Cheers.
Is Jensen going to get funky again? Nope.
More now.
More now, yeah.
That card is marked.
Again?
You see it?
Can I look at the card, see if it was my card?
I think it was yours.
You have really good eyes.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Deck change, please.
Good spot.
You're almost like Phil Ivey.
Ah, the Danes have decided not to get another bottle of champagne. They've moved on to cocktails.
Those are the idiots from Northern Europe I know and love.
You can see the curves. That must be the 9.
I don't need that milk, though. That's for sure. Here, you might need this tissue later if he wins. Just in case you get a little teary. In case you get a case of the feels. They're right there if you need them. Okay, who else needs tissues?
A wonderfully sarcastic tweet from Simon Hemsworth. Andy McDowell is one of the finest actresses of our generation, up there with Katherine Heigl. Do you think when Andy McDowell searches Twitter, Simon, and comes across that tweet, she's going to spot the sarcasm?
No, you better delete it. Don't ruin my chances of Groundhog Day 2.
JJ keeps asking what happens if play is still not done by 5 a.m. Well, bear in mind that the structure has been agreed in such a way that the blind levels are shortening as play goes on. It's highly unlikely we'll get to that point. Remember, we're currently at 60-minute levels. Once we get to level 38, we go to 45-minute levels. Very soon, the average stack will be like 20 big blinds, assuming we're heads up. This thing will be pushed towards its inevitable conclusion. Juanda has raised the button with threes. Warburton with Jack 7 off in the big blind.
As Steven's stack slowly starts to dwindle, you wonder if he'll get more and more desperate, if he will try to kick things up a notch. He does make the fold here, but you can see him. He's sort of champing at the
gambling
bit.
with you.
Okay.
You'll see it on the break. Coming. On that one. Not like really crazy.
I was only going to peel.
But do it.
David Crane tweets to say I satellited into the Sunday Million for $33 on Stars. Now watching the EPT live stream. Bank holiday weekend. Get it 1 Warbs. Simon Hemsworth says, I'm trying to get new followers, James. If Andy McDowell starts following you, I will salute you, sir.
You didn't think James was going to talk about opening his wallet,
No,
did you?
no.
Not happening.
No, never.
More.
Warburton shoving small to big.
Shoving 20 big blinds, the queen high.
It's less than 20, right?
You've been pretty cut
14?
14?
Right? You've been
Makes
pretty
a little
cut
more
there
sense.
the last,
Yeah, kind of.
2 or 3 hours.
Happens, I mean. When we first sat down, a guy moved all in had aces, so I can't really complain. He didn't have much, but...
Oh, you busted somebody with aces?
Yeah, when he moved all in on it, so I mean...
Oh, yeah.
You can't really
Yeah,
complain.
that was a nice way to go.
Yeah. You can't really complain about being card head when you're
Yes,
free-handed.
especially after all the money has been distributed.
Yeah.
You have absolutely no right to complain right now. Right?
Well, this is 2 kings anyway, so it's fine, don't worry.
Razorheart says maybe
Bad read.
Daniel Negreanu is doing Romanian commentary. After all, it is.
The year of Romania. Stanley Darsh on Twitch says, guessing Juanda feels better. He's not wearing a mask anymore. I think it's actually just that there's less people around. I think Juanda tends to wear the mask when there are more people he can infect. But nice one, Darsh.
Andy Goodwood says, how is this live and not on delay if you're showing hole cards? Andy, it's kind of complicated.
Oh, man.
The picture you're seeing now actually happened 45 minutes ago, so there is a delay. But Joe and I are commentating over the delayed feed, so we're live even if the video isn't. Does that make sense?
Kind of quiet. They must be drunk or something.
Walk in the big blind for war.
Are they tired or drunk?
There's only half of them, I think. Like, they come mainly women and stuff. Huh?
Frederick Jensen raises the button with Jack 10. Warburton with 5s in the small blind.
Going to do the salter. All in,
It's
please.
the Salter, the douchey request for the all-in triangle.
This guy loves mimicking high-profile second-place finishes.
Come on, a bit louder than that, yeah.
Just after Juanda has said that your rail's being quiet.
That's why they were quiet. They were learning a song.
Oh dear. Oh dear. People following Jhon Juanda on Twitter may have been exposed to some spoilers. I do apologise. We do ask the players not to do that, but we can't control their personal Twitter feeds.
As long as they don't tag it, EPT Live.
Steer clear of Jhon Juanda's Twitter feed if you want to avoid spoilers from 45 minutes in the future.
Well, now I have to look. Oh, man, why'd I do that?
Why are they booing me? I'm not even in a hand with you.
What's your name? Lana?
Clara.
Clara. Joan, the dealer's called Clara.
Uh-oh. The old chat up the dealer for me routine.
Oh.
We've all done it. Okay, maybe just some of us.
Well, now it's out there.
Jensen's limped the small, queen 7. Warburton checks his option, dominated queen 5, but he's got spades at least.
I love that. Fawad says, is Juanda to blame? Is he too excited? Tag your tweets, EPT Live. Current chip counts. 24.5 million for Juanda, 18.7 million for Jensen, 6.7 million for Warburton. Adam says that this will make an awesome TV show, great entertainment. It will be a good TV show.
Yeah, this year,
Yeah.
but only the
Did
main
you-
event in a couple of hours.
Did you make the final table or
No,
you
no.
on any television TV? The table is so much different than this. It'd
Yeah.
be like this high and
Oh yeah, that high rail, yeah.
it's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
like from like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
They're still using it.
No, we're not, John. We got rid of it.
You know? Yeah, the first time I was on
I'm sorry, John, I don't remember.
Like this.
WPT, like
Look at the guards.
I don't know. You can't even look at your hand without worrying that your neighbor might see it.
Yeah,
so much nicer to play in EPT.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything is nice here. The dealer is better. Food is better, you know.
How much you playing?
I think it's 7. Too tired to count, but I think it's about 7.
Quick update from the 10K high roller. Mustafa Kanat has won it.
Mustafa won it.
First one's bad, second one's good.
Jensen's just shoved on Warburton.
What did you say? First one is a spot, 7?
First one bad, second good.
Then I'm not really scared.
5, 6, 4, 6, 5.
And at this key moment in the tournament with Stephen Warburton deciding whether to call for his tournament life with ace-6, we are joined by the man who's lounging around on his sofa, watching the stream from Las Vegas, Nevada, Daniel Negreanu, Real Kid Poker in the house. Boom.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Daniel.
So you heard the cough then. I was just choking on some water.
What great timing.
How much
Yeah, seriously.
Around 18.
18?
18.
Daniel, how long have you been watching for him? What do you think so far?
Warburton's called.
I've been watching for about an hour now.
Good.
We've got it all in a call. Hold on 1 second, Daniel.
Yep.
So Warburton officially at risk, but ahead. Ace-6 against the ace-4 of Jensen.
This is going to be a chop a fair amount.
We don't do chops. 6. What a 6.
How about we do old school Barcelona? 7!
4. Hit it.
Jack 9-8 on the flop.
7, 5. Let's take a 6.
So we're really cruising for a chop at this
No
point.
good, buddy. 7's no good.
Yeah, top shot, yeah.
The river card is a 3. So this will be a chop pot, and you know what they say, everyone loves a chop pot, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, my favorite thing ever, chop pot.
Daniel, where's Mushu at right now? Where's your son?
Mushu is playing outside with a friend. They're hanging out by the pool while I get in some work here and root on my buddy Jhon Juanda.
How long have you known John for?
I met Jhon Juanda, late 90s, I would say. We were in California, both playing for this Best All-Around Player Award, and we were looking at the top 10. And I was looking to see who was ahead of me, and he was looking to see who was ahead of him. And then he looked at me. Are you that guy? I'm like, yeah. Are you that guy? Oh, okay. So then we became friends after that.
Now, John obviously is one of the old school players with you, Daniel. The way you think about the game has evolved over the years. And after we get through this hand, I want to ask you a question about what you think of John's game. But we're gonna focus on the action for 1 second here.
Okay.
Jensen has folded the button. Warburton, the shortest stack, with King 5 of hearts in the small blind. He's pulled back his small blind.
Well, I guess that means he's raising.
Yeah, he's made it 900K.
Same hand for Juanda.
King 5 of spades.
I really hope we cut off Daniel's question for another chop pot.
Juanda calls. Flop. King 8 deuce with 2 hearts. Jack 8 deuce rather.
Warburton's obviously got better equities, free rolling hearts, but they are tied for the moment.
Warburton has 5.7 million behind. Pot is roughly 2 million. He has fired in a continuation bet. $1 million.
I'll take the Jack Salter, please.
All in.
All in.
Juanda raises to 2 million. Warburton shoves and Juanda passes.
Okay, Daniel, so back to the question about Jhon Juanda. Now, I know that the way you've thought about the game has evolved over the years, and, you've really worked on it a lot. And I don't hear Jhon talk that much about strategy, and I just wonder, has the way he thinks about, I've never heard him talk about ranges and stuff like that. Does he think about the game in the same way as most modern people do, or does he somehow still win despite that?
No, he doesn't. And it actually is a testament to what I've always believed, in that people overcomplicate the game of poker. Doyle Brunson came up with a system that worked in the 70s and 80s. And you know what? It still works today because he's good at poker. Jhon Juanda is just really good at reading his opponents. He understands the psychology of the game. And we completely overbloat the idea that the game's evolved so much that old school players couldn't compete. They can. They just have to have a lot of confidence in what they do.
Well, Juanda has a second place finish on the EPT. He's going for his first win here in Barcelona. Fredrik Jensen going for his second EPT title. How do you feel about how Juanda's playing at the final table, Daniel?
Well, there's a couple plays I saw that I didn't like. It's clear that Jensen is looking to play some aggressive pre-flop poker. Jhon Juanda is the best I know at reading weakness, but there was a hand he re-raised with King Jack from the big blind, and then Jensen may have moved all in with King 8 suited. I think Juanda should focus more on playing post-flop with these guys and, avoid those marginal situations with hands like King Jack.
Well, Juanda himself even said that he wished that he had just seen a flop.
Right. I mean, if you're bluffing, you might as well have 9-3 rather than having something like King Jack, which plays pretty well after the flop, three-handed.
So this will probably be the last hand at 200, 400. Clock ticking into level 37. Blinds about to go to 250, 500,000 with a 50,000 ante. Juanda with nines on the button. Raises, and in the small blind, Fredrik Jensen is looking down at ace-queen suited.
Here we go.
So Juanda made it 800,000. Jensen just calls, no 3-bet.
Oh, that's it.
And it is an ace-high flop.
Jensen checks. And Juanda is going to continue.
Into a pot of 2.1 million. He bets 600,000.
Well, Jensen's got to love this. His hand is way under-repped. Smooth calls.
The turn is a 9.
Oh, boy.
Juanda turns trips.
Jensen's going to hate this. His hand is way under-repped. And here comes the second barrel from Juanda. One stack of nasty with a couple greens on top.
$1,950,000.
5.3 million in the middle. Looks like Jensen's going to just call. Yep. Don't see too much reason why he would raise.
7.25 million in the middle now. Jack on the river. I mean, Jensen was drawing dead on the turn.
Well, at least he didn't improve. Checks to Juanda for a third time. I'm sure he'd be perfectly happy to see another bet here until the hands are tabled. Now the runner flush draw did come in, but I don't think there's any way Juanda doesn't value bet this.
Well, the Jack of Spades is a bad card for both players, at least the way they're perceiving it at this point.
Well, there's a couple of million going into the middle.
$4.25 million, in fact. This pot has got very, very big.
Daniel, do you do anything here ever other than just call or fold? I mean, you would never raise this, would you?
Well, no, you know, Jensen has a difficult decision here because if he put Juanda on a bluff, he may have turned a flush draw with the bluff and decided to continue, and the flush got there. You know, he can't beat ace-jack. He can't beat any two-pair at all. So this is a situation, even though you have ace-queen, you can only beat Juanda if he's bluffing. What is he bluffing with? 5-7? He's not betting, you know, ace-8. He's not betting 4.2 million with ace-8. So despite the fact that you have a very strong hand, ace-queen, it doesn't mean that you can beat anything but a bluff because Juanda's not really going to value bet ace-10 here. Well, this is one of the situations where it actually warrants a little bit of a tank from Jensen.
He lets it go. Wow, nice fold.
Jensen lets it go. Juanda, though, wins a huge pot and is up to 25 million once again. Jensen down to 15 million. Warburton hovering around the 10 million mark.
Daniel, are you in this whole Juanda plays one tournament a year thing and wins it? That seems to be like a common phrase thrown around about this guy.
Well, no, the thing with Juanda is, he mentioned this in an interview, I believe, that he made some really crazy prop bets where he had to do 20 pull-ups, he had to run 5K in like something like 20 minutes, and he had to beat a guy running 100 yards while the guy hopped on 1 foot for 50 yards. So he made these very, very large bets, and he missed the World Series and committed himself to winning the bets.
Oh, wow, that is... I actually did not know that.
Oh, you got to ask John about all the funky bets he made.
I mean, there must have been some sizable bets for a guy who's played professional poker for the last 20 years to skip the World Series of Poker for them.
Yeah, well, he like he said, the bets got so big that he decided that it was worth training hard to get it done.
Well, this hand has gone to the turn. Jensen's button raise was flattered by Juanda pre-flop. Check, check on the flop. Check by Juanda on the turn. Jensen has improved now to 2 pair. Jensen bets 1.2 million. Danny's confused, Daniel. Why are you promoting online poker in California? Isn't PokerStars banned there? I think the idea is to try and get legislation through in California that brings online poker back.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you know, we're talking to legislators, talking to different types of politicians, but really a grassroots effort of letting people in California know that their voice needs to be heard, and they need to let their councilmen know that this is something that they want. And we're making a big push to try to, you know, make some sense of what's going on there with regulation.
Daniel, were you watching earlier on when they talked deal, when they did the ICM chop three-way?
I must have missed that.
So just so you know, and anyone who's joined the stream recently or wants a recap of the figures, the deal they did, at the time, Stephen Warburton had the biggest stack, so he locked up 941,500. Juanda, 922,500. Jensen locked up the least, 810k. They're still playing for 100,000 extra euros for the winner, and of course the title and trophy. It was just very interesting to watch the negotiations and see Juanda angle for every extra dollar he could get.
And that's not surprising to me. I'm even shocked that Juanda made a deal because, I mean, I personally have a policy where I don't make deals. But, yeah, I'm even surprised that he would even agree to one because financial pressure is not something that he's going to be facing in this situation. So ICM for him is not going to be a major concern.
So we have now moved into level 37, blinds at 250,000, 500,000 with a 50k ante. And that hand was raise and take it for Jensen. What do you think of the new look, by the way? Obviously, Daniel, you've had the experience of playing on our old set, the big arena with the LED screen, both as a feature table and as a final table. We've tried to go for something here which is a bit more inclusive, that brings in the whole of the festival, all the outer tables on the preliminary days.
Well, I like it. It brings in a different kind of energy when you have a larger rail, you have a lot more commotion. I think that's what, makes poker exciting. If you think back to 1970, when the World Series of Poker first started, it was like in the middle of the casino, and you just had people all around it and kind of created a spectacle out of it. And this is reminiscent of that, and I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's certainly great to have all the seating around the area and have so many people railing, drinking, enjoying the action. And I'm not surprised we've got spectators watching this table. 3 very strong players. So I appreciate you taking a break during the Barcelona Festival, Daniel. You have had a very, very busy schedule recently, but September, W Coupe. Are you staying in Vegas or are you relocating to grind the W Coupe?
I will be in Toronto for the last couple of weeks of the W Coupe, I think around September 15th. So I'll be there for the $50,000 buy-in high roller. That's, the first ever, the largest buy-in tournament ever in the history of online poker. And then after that, Vanessa Selps is doing a charity event in New York, and I committed to going to that to help her out with a cause that's very near and dear to her. So, yeah, I'll be there for 2 weeks grinding the W Coupes.
Warburton with a big hand in the small blind. Ace-King. He completes. Juanda with 4 deuce of clubs. Juanda checks his option. 5-5-6 on the flop. Warburton checks. Juanda's going to bet his draw. And Warburton, with ace high, currently the best hand, calls. So 500,000 apiece. Another 5 on the turn, and the action goes check, check. The river is a 10. So Warburton has the best hand.
Yeah, the board ran out really well for Warburton there. The 5 on the turn is a great card for Ace-King.
And Juanda decides not to bluff the river, checks behind. Warburton shows the ace-king and takes it down.
There was a lot of bad turn cards for Warburton. Like, obviously if Juanda hit a deuce 3 or 4, but even a 7, 8, or a 9 is a card that Juanda might have plowed on. But
I saw you went to raise and change your mind.
I know.
It's a horrible feeling.
Because of the stack size, I didn't want to just raise and you move on, have you move all, and then I couldn't even see the flop.
How much are you up to, Steve? Give me 1 moment. Sure.
Warburton's playing 10 million, Juanda 23.5 million, Jensen 16 million. It's Warburton's button.
Like 11.
King deuce off. And he mucks it. Juanda in the small blind. Queen of hearts, 7 of clubs. He calls. Fredrik Jensen with Jack 10 off. Checks. We're going to see a flop. And that flop is Jack 7 deuce. So top pair for Jensen, second pair for Juanda. Juanda checks. Jensen bets. 600,000. Quick call from Juanda. And Juanda hits a queen on the turn to improve to 2 pair.
And for Jensen, that card's going to look like a complete blank. It's very unlikely that Juanda calls a flop with a queen in his hand.
Juanda checks. And a second barrel coming from Jensen. $1.6 million.
Well, you can't blame him for betting here. There's flush draw possible on the flop, maybe a gut shot he wants Juanda to pay, and with Jack 10, he feels like he's got the best hand. There's no reason to think that the queen hit Jhon. Question for Jhon is, does he want to get it in now, or let Jensen bluff if he thinks he's on a, just sort of double, triple barrel type bluff hand? I think it makes more sense to raise here. Because when you raise, you could represent a draw yourself, right? So if Jhon had king 10 of spades or 9-10 of spades, this would be a great card to check raise the turn. And it might fool Jensen into calling with way the worst of it, almost dead, if he does check raise.
Here it comes, Daniel. There is the check raise from Jhon Juanda.
Yeah, this is definitely the right play. Because it's become somewhat of a draw-heavy board, I think, Jensen now has to put him on a situation where he's either completely screwed or Juanda has a big draw. So it's a tough spot for Jensen either way.
Well, Juanda's made it 4.8 million. Jensen the effective stack with 14 million behind.
So I guarantee you Jensen did not expect to see this coming. I think he assumed at worst he was going to get called. He did not see a check raise coming. And that's why sometimes in these spots you check back, because if you do get check raise, you're like, huh? Man, I don't really know what to do. He knows Juanda doesn't have king jack or ace jack. He doesn't have those type of hands, so he's not worried about that. His only concern now is, does Jhon have the draw, the big monster draw, double, straight and flush draw, or did he somehow, does he have 2 pair or better? When I think about a situation like this, I think about, okay, so my best case scenario is he has a gazillion outs. That's my best case scenario. I don't like it very much.
Well, Jensen has called, puts in 3.2 million, and we've got a 12 million chip pot, and we're heading to the river.
So Juanda doesn't want to see a little spade or anything. He might get paid big.
The river card is a 7. That is a full house for Jhon Juanda.
And that's a great card for Jhon, not only because he made a full house, but for Jensen, he's never going to think that helped Jhon, you know? So if Jhon had something like jacks and deuces, he's just been counterfeited.
And Jhon immediately announces all in. He shoves on Fredrik Jensen.
Wow.
11 million chips, effectively. Fredrik Jensen's tournament life.
He's really putting him to the test, too, because if Juanda does have 9-10 of spades, this is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go all in because he wasn't re-raised on the turn. So he knows Jensen doesn't have he's very unlikely to have 2 pair or better himself. So that, you know, he's going to have a hand like a jack or a queen at best.
Earlier in the tournament, Daniel, Fredrik Jensen made a huge hero call in a spot just like this. He went with his instincts. He went with his gut read. Can he get away from this hand here?
He calls here, this tournament could be all but over.
If he calls here, we'll have a 40 million chip pot, which will slide towards Jhon Juanda, and he will go heads up against Steve Warburton with a 4-1 chip lead. And Fredrik Jensen's 2-time hopes will be crushed.
Yeah, so this is again a spot where if you're going to bet this Jack-10 on the turn against a tricky player like Jhon Juanda, you need to think ahead. What do I do if he check raises and goes all in on the river? Like, am I going to call? So instead of wasting, not wasting, but taking this time now, here's a situation. You got to think about it before you actually make the bet. You don't want to make the mistake and then go, oops, what do I do now? And not saying it was a mistake, but at least have a plan for what you're going to do if you do get check raised.
Do you know how much you're playing, Jhon?
We noticed he did make the big fold with ace-queen suited on an ace-high board. There's a very, very different situation. There are several specific hands Jhon can have that Jensen beats.
17.
In the other hand, there wasn't many. There wasn't many hands Jhon could just be absolutely bluffing with. Here, oh wow, check raising this turn could be a lot of missed draws.
Just checking the Twitter feed, Jemina says, my money's on Jensen folding. Costa says, I want the call. Obviously a Jhon Juanda fan. Fredrik Jensen has been in the tank now for nearly 3 minutes.
At some point, you get to a place where it's either he has it or he doesn't, right? All the thinking you're doing, all that stuff goes out the window. It just comes down to looking at the man, seeing if you can pick up a read. Does he look confident? Does he look like he's bluffing? Because at this point, again, it's really just that simple. He's either bluffing or, the jack is good. He's either missed the draw or you're dead.
He's called all in and he's wrong and he is out. Fredrik Jensen, heroes, and is eliminated by Jhon Juanda in 3rd place.
That was basically the only hand I was afraid of. All right, good luck, guys.
A difficult decision. He went with his instinct in the end, and he will not be winning his 2nd EPT title here in Barcelona. Fredrik Jensen exits, having claimed €810,294 by virtue of the 3-way deal, and we are going heads up here in Barcelona, and Jhon Juanda will have a 4-1 advantage over Stephen Warburton. As you said, Daniel, it's all but over.
Well, not completely, but this is interesting because I was watching Jhon earlier fold a lot of hands at Jensen where Jensen was playing really aggressive, and Jhon just didn't want to make the big mistake. Ultimately, he waited him out, and then Jensen is the one who made the big mistake, and Juanda didn't expose himself. So, old school poker there a little bit. Still fooled his opponent into making a hero call that cost him the tournament.
Well, as we set up for Heads Up, Daniel, we're going to take a short break. It's your choice. We'd obviously love to have you back after that break, but we understand if you want to be cut loose.
Okay, well, we shall see.
Okay, we'll be back in around 10, 15 minutes' time with the heads-up battle playing down to a winner at the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.